introduction for all the times that I was in the trenches, hustling alive in the midst of war. Now you gotta flip them all. Die now, I'm killing y'all. Every single nigga fall. Now the nigga getting up. Nigga what? Right now, spill a cup. Right now, give it up. Nigga, this is us. Right now, live it up. Had to be a nigga down to be a nigga living it up. This is for my niggas. And for my niggas that be stuck in the hood all day in a bucket for a buck in the hood. Shit. The nigga has a bus in the hood. Let's get a couple bucks in the hood. Nigga, you gotta be one into the
Do it then. Do your dinner. Then you gotta want a dinner. Do a dinner. Do your dinner. Then you gotta want a dinner. Do a dinner.
The MAC is down in the building. This steps to the door when the beefy pounds in the building. CUT, nigga, I'm proud of the feeling. And when I see them beefy stack, I'm high as the ceiling. The fucking introduction for all the times that I was in the trenches, hustling alive in the midst of war. Now you gotta flip them all. Die now, I'm killing y'all. Every single nigga fall. Now the nigga getting up. Nigga what? Right now, spill a cup. Right now, give it up. Nigga, this is us. Right now, live it up. Had to be a nigga down to be a nigga living it up. This is for my niggas. And for my niggas that be stuck in the hood all day in a bucket for a buck in the hood. Shit. The nigga has a bus in the hood. Let's get a couple bucks in the hood. Nigga, you gotta be one into the
Do a dinner. Do your dinner. Then you gotta want a dinner. Do a dinner. Do your dinner. Then you gotta want a dinner. Do a dinner. Do your dinner. Then you gotta want a dinner too. Hey Black, these niggas ain't represent. One time, got to repent. Backyard gon' put this shit gangsta, nigga. Saturday night, the black hold back, nigga. I'm a uptown nigga, play dice. When them niggas see me in the mall, ain't nothing nice. I ain't looking for no trouble, I just cruise control. All these little hoes that be out of control. Backyard please the drip, man, carry the shit. Man, we ride the whip, man, we gangsta BS. One time for the Saturday night.
All right.
Black hole out of sight. October the 1st, this Saturday night, the black hole is back, nigga.
There we go. Yes. Yeah, how y'all doing out there, man? I hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, I could curse your ass out if I wanted to. I could disrespect you, your kids, your family, everything like that, if you prefer that kind of talk. But to be honest, I would never do that because I would never say something to somebody that I wouldn't say to their face, you know, and I really mean that. I'm not going to yell that at you. I'm not going to scream it at you. I'm just letting you know it is what it is. Like certain things, you know, people that mean what they mean generally are definitely preferring to say what they got to say to somebody's face if they're going to say it at all. The internet is talk. It's talk. And as you know about the internet, anybody can talk. Anybody. What's up, Wap? Yeah, there you go. Actually, I was thinking about you, man, because you're in that other time zone. So it's actually, this is a good time for you. It's a bad time for people in the U.S. East Coast. But it's a good time for people in Europe and people in Asia. You know, folks are up at this time. So, yeah, but you can hop up if you want, wow. If not, yeah, you can stay in the chat. It's all good, whatever. But yeah, this internet thing, it's a lot of talk. And a lot of people talk things that they don't have any intention of fulfilling. You know, have you ever heard that before in your life? Heard somebody say something and it just didn't turn out to be the way you thought it was? That's the internet for you. The internet has a lot of that, which is why generally I don't speak too negatively, openly about people. But I also try not to speak disrespectfully about people over the internet. I mean, after all, what would the point be? To prove that anybody can? Would that be the point? So I know that anybody can. So therefore, I don't speak like Anybody. I speak like myself, the person that has lived longer than David Ruffin. You know what I'm saying? Like R.I.P. to the best singer, one of the best soul singers out there. I mean, that was the day where folks was writing excellent music, knew how to play an instrument, knew how to compose and sing. Guess what? Brothers knew how to do 5-part harmony. Yes, they did. Not just the sisters, but the brothers too. They could do it on the corner. They didn't need money. They could do it just because they had the freedom to do it and would enjoy their freedom at any time. At any time. You could be incarcerated, you could be dead, or you could be alive and enjoy the moments that you have. Make the moments that you have the best moments you can have. Or you could not. You could also not. There's plenty of people that are alive, um, have very bad health issues. There's people that are alive that wish they could walk, can't walk, but another person got legs and won't walk nowhere. There's people that wish they could speak. You know what I'm saying? Wish they could be on the internet. They have brains, but for some reason, their motor skills are not good, so they can't speak. But other people can speak, but maybe don't have the brains. Like that's how life is. You never pick everything yourself. You have to and you must be able to live with you not getting what you want all the time right now. And maybe you won't get something you really want from somebody, period. But you're going to have to weigh it out and you're going to have to decide. Is this disappointment? How much is this disappointment really to me? Is that a big disappointment or a little disappointment? Should I go out to YouTube and just spit out every little disappointment I have in my life? Or should I think first? Yo, I'm thinking, I'm hoping that the people that spend the most time over here like to think first because you have the freedom to. Don't tell me somebody held a gun up to your head and told you to not think before you went out there on YouTube and said stupid shit. Um, don't tell me anybody forced you to go out on to not think about something for more than 10 seconds before you spit it out of your mouth. Who's going around? Is the white man doing that? Is it the oppressor doing that? I don't think so. I think the oppressor's aware that that condition exists, but I don't think the oppressor's making that happen. I think it's kind of going automatic on automatic pilot, you know? Um, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's just people not wanting to work on self. You know what I'm saying? And I intend to work on self. I spent a lot of years, great years, not really knowing what thinking about self was, working on self was. I wasn't the baddest crazy sicko out here on earth, but you know, how can you come from an environment that's full of violence and think that you're 100% the nicest person on earth? You're not going to be. You won't be. But you could work on it. You could work on your cognitive thinking skills. You could work on figuring out, I mean, what I never understand is this. Usually, I don't know what streets anybody is from, but usually the person that's speaking the most politely and has less of a loud mouth is the person that lives on to tell the story. The person with the big disrespectful mouth, where do they live? Where do they live? I've never seen that kind of gangster. I've never seen that kind of anything. I've never seen it. Not understanding why that is, you know. But apparently it's out there and it's egged on by some. Or I'm starting to think the internet has a lot of people that just don't want to tell people what they really think. You know, like you like somebody and you just don't want to tell them what they should have to do all the time, even if you know they're making a goddamn fool out of themselves. You know, I'm starting to think there's a lot of that going on, and to those that suffer because of it, hey, you know, there's nothing I could do about it because if I had my word in on it, you wouldn't take my word for it anyway. So, having having said that, everybody has to do them. They got to do what they do. Do what they do. You know, me, I'm not here to do the same thing as everybody. I hope you've noticed. Yeah, and also I have a certain set of standards that I try to bring with me. And one of those standards is whatever it is you're going to say, be willing to say it to the person's face. Otherwise, I can't take it serious. You know, I mean, I'm not talking about I can't take it as bad. I can take it as bad. But what I mean is, as a real person that should be considered some sort of real threat or real problem outside of having a big mouth, when you don't make an effort to say it to somebody's face, I already know what it is. I already know what it is. Um, that's something that exists on YouTube. I try not to do that here, so that's why I don't curse out people here. Um, I could do it to their face though, but again, what's it worth? I mean, what has the biggest value? Saying it to their face or just saying it on YouTube across the water? What has the biggest value? So in my case, it wouldn't really have that great of a value because why would I say that to a person I will probably never see? Right? And why would I say that to a person that really, even if they might deserve disrespectful, hateful talk, why would I want to do that over the internet and represent myself as a person and to be seen in a light that I don't want to be seen in? You know, I don't want to be seen as a big mouth, low life bastard. Um, I don't want to be seen as a person that disrespects black people's heritage, disrespects honest women, disrespects honest men. I don't want to be seen that way. So I'm not going to talk that way. What's up, Shaka? I'm not going to talk that way. And, you know, that's just what it is. For some people, it may be boring. For other people, they may need you to come out and shake your titties on YouTube or throw your dick around on YouTube. Some people need that. They need that because that's their content. Some people may need you to be a bitch ass motherfucker because that's their content. Um, but I don't need that because my content is for people that can think beyond their nose, you know, think a little bit beyond their impulse, you know, because when you have impulses, anybody can just trigger them and just fuck with you all day long just by triggering your nerves, triggering your triggers, punching your buttons, you know. And the truth of the matter is that that's kind of like a sign of fear, you know, when you can react to anything that somebody does or says at any time impulsively, you know, it's almost like, you know, a person can just say something that's false, but can get you to act outside of your character. But if it's not real, then you wouldn't really react to it that way, you know? So that's what I try to encourage people to think about when they come over here and they leave messages in the chat about other people that they could address themselves, right? Other people that they could address themselves. Um, A few days ago, I unblocked the person, but a few days ago, somebody came in my chat talking about Sister Nandy, and I told the person, no, actually, I don't even know if I told the person. I just started blocking them. And I told people after, I don't want people coming into my chat directing their attention to other people, right? To take up another topic. Um, and so I blocked it because I don't want them using my chat to go after somebody else that I'm not really even trying to talk about. You see? Um, Regardless of what I think. But the irony of it is that you would think that if you hold that standard, right, that somebody would appreciate it. But actually, somebody got offended because I didn't like their comments. And I didn't say what their comments were. I just said the person's name they were talking about. And I said, I don't want to talk about that individual. And the individual is Kevin Wesley. And I stated why before I don't want to discuss Kevin Wesley. And that is because, first of all, you can discuss Kevin Wesley on your own platform if you don't like Kevin Wesley. If you think Kevin Wesley has done something that's a crime or he should be taken to court over, or it's just a problem for you, right? You should take care of that. You should handle it expeditiously. But me, I haven't actually seen anything that rises to that. So I'm not going to pretend like I have. I'm not going to pretend like some of the things that I've seen make a lot of sense because they don't. Ain't going you'll force you to address it, and I can't. Is there a link where you can address where you address Tariq? Oh shit. Oh damn, they having another conversation down there in the chat. Cool, man. Y'all go at it. Yeah. I mean, it's a peaceful convo they're talking about Tariq. Yeah, but so I'm not talking about Kevin Wesley, and it's not that I haven't. I have. Let me go over that. I started off in QT's channel, in her chat, enjoying the content, laughing it up with everybody else, giggling, right? And yeah. And then I went up on her panel and I stated, I can't condemn or defend because I don't know enough about this dude. I don't know anything about him, really. I've learned some things, not about him, but about some of the buffoonery he have going on around him. But about him, no, he's done a pretty damn good job at addressing some of these things that people have said. And he's been very public about it. And he went up on QT's platform, sat up there for 3 hours. Nobody could say anything about it because he addressed it straight up. And, I also was in a chat, and it turns out that it was about his brother, who I didn't even know was his damn brother. How am I supposed to know? A person's name is Truth or The Truth. I'm supposed to know who the hell that is? Like, I didn't even know who the hell Kevin Wesley was. I'm relying on your information to be accurate. And the issue was using bots and things like that. Yeah, okay. I don't like that. I think bots, typically it's not a strong sign of content, especially the kind of content I'm creating. I want people to know that every single listener is coming here on their own. Every single like is a person, a real actual person. It's not anonymous and identified, and they're not just numbers on the screen, Now, I didn't really know much about his brother. I still don't know much about it because I haven't really followed it. But I've heard some things. So yeah, I made some comments in the chat about that. And then later I addressed it too. And I actually apologized to Kevin Wesley. And I apologized because I realized that I made a mistake. I made a mistake in judging too fast this brother. And so, he actually explained he understands, because if you were looking at the content people are making specifically designed to make him look a certain way, you would go on with it. And I definitely agree with that, because that's exactly what that was, you know. But I didn't go in on anybody. That's their content. I just stated my piece about it. And you can't force people to do things that you think they should be doing. You need to focus on doing what you think is best. And so that's what I do. There's so many different people out here. I don't tell anybody who to go in on. I don't tell anybody who they need to talk about or discuss. And just so you know, there's a lot of people out here that, on one hand, they discuss one individual but won't discuss another. That's, and that's been shown so many times. And that's the danger in speaking about things you don't really know yourself. Um, it's not cool to go out on the net. Oh, here we go. What's up, Shaka? Yeah. It, 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 yeah, yeah. Yeah, you listen. I was gonna say, it's not cool to just go out there on the net and believe something just because you hear someone say it. You need to do, if somebody might give some information, sure, they may say a few things, but you need to really do your research when it comes to um, defamation, and to make sure you're not really slandering someone. Keep in mind, um, I was talking about Kevin Wesley and how somebody didn't like the fact that I'm not going in on Kevin Wesley. It's a couple of people that don't like that. And I think I addressed it a few times already. It's simple. I don't choose anybody's lifestyle. It's not my choice. And as far as the information that people bothered to show me, like, hey, look at this. Oh my God, there's a fire in the house. Show me like that. I looked at that information, seriously looked at it, and I came to the conclusion it's not adding up. It's not what people claim it is. And it's basically just he said, she said, and you can never find the root of it. You see? And then you find out the root of it is a person that's been high on the stairs high in somebody's yard with their face down in the grass, appearing to be high on drugs. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sorry, but laughing their ass off, by the way. Woo, y'all, I'm having a great time. That's the source of it. The individual that used to work with somebody and now is angry because they don't have a job, pretty much. And as much as is some of the nasty things that person has said are bad as those nasty things are, the individual saying it and the fact that they have not, after all this time, come up with any solid evidence of what they're saying, after a while, you just have to realize, whoa, something might not be right here. And that's what I did. I pulled back and I apologized. Now, if people want to go after Kevin Wesley, feel free, do all you want. But judging from how he's reacting, he's been out there publicly talking, taking anybody on. You want to talk about it? Come on, talk about it. So, not only is he doesn't need me defending him, he's capable of defending himself. So you should get out there and talk about him if you feel like you have something against him or something you don't like about him. But me, I don't have anything against him. I actually like some of his content and agree with some of his content. I agree with the one solid thing. Like, he's talking about polygamy, and then he says that, well, why y'all all out here cheating on each other and living the down low life if you don't believe in polygamy? Why don't you just say you're a polygamist then? Because that's what you're doing. And
can I add on?
Huh?
Can I add on quickly?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, of course, Shaka, go for it. It's just open talk. Anybody can come up on the panel and talk about whatever they want right now. Yeah.
Have you ever seen any paperwork on Kevin Wesley?
No, that's one of the things I mean. Exactly. Go on. I never seen none.
Well, for the record, in the chat, I've put the link, and it says Tahaka Bay sex offender paperwork gets a pass from many. There are many people who are very busy talking about Tahaka Bay. I'm sorry, talking about Kevin Wesley. I haven't seen any paperwork. If there's any paperwork, I'm curious to know what it's about. But Tahaka Bay has a paperwork where he's described as a sex offender, and Tahaka Bay showed the paperwork himself, and he authenticated it because he said that he wanted to use it for the documentary about his life, right? So I find it strange that people who have energy for Ken Wesley, they have no energy for Tahaka Bay being a sex offender. I just find it strange, you know. Why does it get to pass? But feel free, brother.
Yeah, and do you get angry at the people that don't talk? Do you curse the people out? Do you get angry that they don't talk about Tahaka Bay, or do you just do it yourself and point out other people aren't really interested? You there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, no, it went out for a second. I can hear you
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And I just want to say, peace to you, brother Wild Funk. You know, brother Wild Funk, he's been following me for a while, you know. Can you please put this comment, brother VB?
It's this one, right?
Yeah, thank you. So, Brother Wild Funk wrote, Chaka, your dedication to teaching hieroglyphs is commendable, and it's crucial for you to capitalize on this strength and interest rather than getting consumed by other less productive pursuits. And I appreciate your comment, I appreciate your opinion, but when it's on, you know, the saying is don't start no bonjour, don't start no being on. And some people have went against not only me, but my mother and my children. So I give them that work, you know. And as a matter of fact, it is not less productive to go against rapists and child molesters because the HOK has been promoting rapists and child molesters. You see, now when it comes to the hieroglyphics, everybody can hieroglyphics. Sorry, the Medu Neter. Everybody can see that when I deal with the Medu Neter, there's like maybe 5 to 10 people watching. You know what I'm saying? And I even proposed to give Medu Neter classes free of charge, and people did not turn up. So, you know, later on I can deal with that, but I'm giving classes, you know, so people are taking classes, you know, it's only $10 an hour, which is way cheaper than most people. You know what I'm saying? Some people charge up to $40 to $50 dollars per hour, you see? So, yeah, you know, that's just the record, you know, and when I deal with this, with the Medu Neter, you know, the people don't turn up. They're not there. You know what I'm saying? But sure. But, you know, I appreciate it. While you can, brother. I'm not mistaken.
Okay, your internet is breaking up.
But yeah,
yeah, your internet is breaking up.
Another room.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Shaka's internet.
Is it better now, or is it still breaking up? Is it better now, or is it still breaking up?
It's better now.
Oh, thank you. Okay, just to wrap it up, when I deal with the hieroglyphic, people don't turn up. I even did 2 hieroglyphic classes free of charge. People did not turn up. So I'm still giving classes. It's $10 per hour. It's way cheaper than others who charge up to $40 to $50 per hour. But it is not less productive pursuit to go against the promoters of rapists and child molesters. The HOK Signalers platform have been promoting rapists, child molesters, and scammers for years. So I'm going against them. But I appreciate your comment, Wapong. You know, I'm saying if you know, but you know, I don't see why. You know, sometimes people will say, okay, this is beef tube or this and that. The first time I heard beef tube, like I wrote in the chat, is that Chris next to Chris MVP Harris when he was blacklisting Sanetta. And what did Sanetta do? He kicked him into the curb. And then what did Chris do? Chris went on many people's channel and he dissed the HOK. So for strangers, and it wasn't beef tube. If we go Chris MVP Harris panel, I mean YouTube, you can see how he's going at people all the time, putting their pictures, putting, you know, negative comments in the title and just going in on them. You know what I'm saying? So I think that when people use beef tube, it's a matter of, you know, opinion. Depends on who you're going against, you know. And Filthy Frankie is hurt right now. He's really hurt. He doesn't like to hear that we won against the HOK, but that's what we did. We definitely won because we didn't say a single lie. We said the truth of principles, you know what I'm saying? But once again, I don't want any confusion. Wildfont, I consider him a brother. He's been supporting me for a long time, you know what I'm saying? So it's all good, and if everybody want to get on the panel, feel free. Thanks, VB.
Yeah, Shaka, you got no worries, bro. You got a lot of followers, people that's been following you for years, man, for a very long time, and Wab Funk is one of them. But it's many people, man. I get surprised when I hear people hop up on your panel and they say they haven't talked to you in years, and that's how it was. That's how it was when I linked up with you like a year ago. I hadn't communicated with you in years. When we had in the past, it was brief. It was about your, what was it, Ning network, or is it, and it's also online here and there, like I think maybe YouTube, but but yeah, you're still around, and so a lot of people remember you from that time period. Although a lot of the HOK people don't like to refer to you as somebody that's been around, involved in those debates on the radio, even before the YouTube thing. They don't like to refer to you that way because they don't want to give you no shine. And I think it's because a lot of them just jealous of you, bro. And to be honest, some of it's xenophobia. Not with everybody, but jealousy is just a petty thing, man. And so I think today people are witnessing um, why some folks are like weary of you because they know your potential, like even Jabari said it himself that you're one of the most dangerous brothers on YouTube because you bring receipts, and you have receipts, and it's from years, it's from decades back, covering these debates, and covering these dialogues even before YouTube started. So and even speaking about the Medu Netta Kemet debating religion versus Kemet, or Abrahamic religion versus Kemet, all of these things. And that's an area where a lot of these guys, that tends to be their bread and butter, place where they make their money. And then when they see you, they just get a little sour instead of just, you know, instead of just keeping it real and just holding their own and just accepting how things are. When you play fair, you don't always lose. Just because somebody's might have the upside momentarily, it doesn't make you a loser, because you're along on the ride and you're preparing to be in that space also. But how you do it says a lot about who you are and your journey. And so that's why I rock with you, Shaka, because you don't make a fool out of everybody and you don't disrespect people. You try to be respectful as possible. Let me see here. Oh yeah, Wab Funk said, I just believe that addressing individuals who may not prioritize unity and respect with derogatory terms won't contribute to constructive dialogue. Yeah, especially with the kind of investment you put in. Yeah, I know what you mean, Wab Funk. I agree. And but Shaka, he have his reasons for confronting some people, and I think when it comes down to insulting in the family and things like that, I think it's going to get. I don't think that's how you're going to get Shaka to wind down. I think that was basically it. Like he he literally probably not going to have any type of respect for anybody that was okay with that. With people talking about, well, with this individual talking about his mother, his child, and his lady. I think Shaka is pretty much want to finish the job. You see what I mean? So, having said that, I don't tell people what to do. You know what I mean? I don't even think it's my right to tell. And also, I don't mind him doing what he's doing myself, because I know that that it's something he's just got to do, man. The quicker you get it done, the faster you get on to other stuff. And keep in mind, some people are holding back a lot just through stupidity, just through you know, misusing the trust that people gave them. They're holding down the community. You know, there's a lot to be learned. There's another generation that needs to learn that Abraham religion came from somewhere. It came out of something that already existed. And we're talking scientifically here. I'm not talking about, religious theory or Catholic theory or Islamic theory or, you know, any of that stuff. I'm just talking scientifically. We know that something existed on earth that people practiced and were aware of before Abrahamic religion. So therefore, we can acknowledge that too and acknowledge the systems that they put in forth and the theologies that they put in forth. Now, acknowledge is not belief. Acknowledge is acknowledge. It means you acknowledge it exists and you see that it had a place with every other thing, you know, that it just, you know, has some value. It contributed something. And somebody asked a really good question the other day. I don't know if they obviously don't know the answer, but they asked a good question. And the question was, why do so many people focus on Kemet? You know, well, in my view, so many people don't focus on Kemet. And it's just a weird thing because focus on Kemet when? You mean in some debates? Yeah, okay. So I have to change that. Why do some people focus on Kemet in debates? Why is Kemet relevant? Well, why is Judaism relevant? Why is Christianity relevant? Why is Islam relevant? Why do so many people talk about that? Why are more people talking about that than Kemet? But I would tell you, there's another reason um, as a black person or a person that believes they're of African descent that you might want to study Kemet because it's a good place to see where a lot of changes came in Africa. You see, not only did the faces and the people in Kemet change over time through invasion, but so did lots of Africa. See, they coincide. They coincide with each other, and that's called African history. So understand, and these things predate the slavery that our ancestors were hit with and the colonization our ancestors were hit with. They were the wave that led up to our colonization and enslavement. So that's the reason why. It's a pretty easy reason to understand, but if you just don't know and never been told or never considered it, hey, it might evade you. But that's the reason why people focus on Kemet. I don't, I don't, you know, in symbolism, you might come to this page and you might say, oh, there's an uncle on the screen. Aha. Well, I mean, is that what that is? That does it mean that I'm, you know, involved in some Kemetic cult or that I'm praying to some Kemetic god or something every day when I go to sleep? Does it mean that? Show the receipts. If you think it means that, show the receipts. See, for me, I'll tell you what it means to me. It means I'm aware of what happened to Africa. That's a symbol. That's what that symbol means to me. It means I know what happened here, and you ain't going to fool me with the rest of it either. That's what that means. You know, and there's a lot of people that catch on to that intellectually. You see, they get that. You don't even have to ask them what that means. They get it. Boom. We know. It's called the epicenter. Just like when you want to talk about slavery in America and things like that, it's good to have a map in your mind about where the epicenter is, where the epicenter was. Where did the revolts start? How did they spread out through time? Where was the first wave? Where was the second wave? Where was the third wave? You see, that's the same thing with Kemet, if you choose to use it that way. It's just an option. Nobody's forcing you to. I won't curse your mother and your kids out and everything, and everybody else if you don't consider knowing Kemet in that way, see the significance in that way. But yes, knowing Kemet, the symbol, for me, it's not about praying. For me, it's not about all of that stuff. It's about saying to other people, I know what happened to Kemet, so I know what happened to Africa. Bingo. That's what the symbol means. Just like this one, knowing where the epicenter of slavery started in America, of the slave revolts, means you can carry it out. You know where the next wave happened outside of the epicenter, north, south, east, and west. You know where the next wave happened. You see, it's just being logical, you know, about history. What's up, Darain? Hey, hey. And oh, by the way, anybody can hop up. Um, anybody can hop up. Let me see here. Put this in the chat, right? Oh, this is a Zonto Apparel also. Y'all should go there if you get if any of you guys want some hip merch, different merch. Go to the website Azonto Apparel. Um, that's where my merch is at. That's where Shaka's merch is at. Go there, check out some of the stuff, and get something. Uh, but let me see. Anybody can hop up on the panel today, so let me put the link back in the chat, and you can speak about anything you want. Let me just see here. Anyone can hop up. Boom. I know it's late. In the U.S., it's like what 4 a.m. Close to 4 a.m. Some people probably just getting up. In EU, it is 9:35 a.m. Is it 4? Did I say 4 a.m.? No, 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 no. 3. Yeah, something like that. And then shit, Australia. Wow, I don't know where you at. What time is it where you at? Wow. Yeah, let me see here. What did Wab say? Oh, he said it right here. And education and getting involved in initiatives that promote unity and respect with community. Yeah. I mean, that's so important. If you can have first of all, if you can learn how to have a conversation, then other things can come. If your communication skills are weak, the other things can't come. You have to look at communication as the first wave, is like a spear, um, in that regard, you know? And and so for me, that's how I use communication. It allows me to speak to other people and collectively create some kind of nexus. You see that for us could be useful. So if I can speak to you and communicate clearly to you in a respectful way, and you can communicate back to me in a respectful way, then we have something to go from. We have something to where we can, share other things with. We first share our ideas, we share our culture by how we communicate and through how we communicate. And then we can get to doing. But first comes theory, then comes the practice. We could have all kinds of ideas about what we're going to do. But if we can't communicate with each other, hey, Andrea, respectfully, then why would you build a bridge? Why would you build a tunnel? Why would you fight a war? Why would you, do anything else? 5 a.m. EST. Oh, that's right. Okay, 7:36 in Australia, 7:56 in Australia. Yeah. So if you can't communicate and if you can't think about, put yourself in somebody else's shoes and think about what could be wise and what may not be necessary on this particular day, that's called communication. That's called thinking, communicating with a purpose, um, having some respect for the other person you're talking to when you're talking to them. If you can't have those basics, putting yourself in somebody else's shoes, like, I want to ask this is bothering me, but you can't think, but how do I do it? Because how I do it could affect the other person as well. If you can't get that far in your thoughts, you shouldn't say anything. You see, if you can't think about the ramifications outside of yourself before you do something, you shouldn't do anything. That's called being too individualistic. That's not a collective way of doing things. That's not thoughtful. That doesn't build unity when you're thinking about what you want right now and you're dealing with somebody else you want something from. If you want something from somebody else, you can't think about what you want right now because only they control the timing. You don't control the timing. So I think sometimes people come on this internet and have fits about unobtainable things that are really unobtainable. They set themselves up for some kind of failure, instead of being reasonable about things. Um, yeah, so that's my thoughts about it. Like, the internet can be a great tool, but you got to use it. It's called communications. It's literally communications. YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, all these platforms are literally for communication. But if your communication skills and your understanding about what communications are for, if your understanding is poor, then you will utilize it that way. You will utilize it in a poor way. You won't take advantage of it for what you could take advantage of it for. Not that it's going to solve all your problems, but you can't solve all your problems in one day anyway. You can't solve all your problems in 1 month anyway. You can't solve all your problems in your entire life anyway. So you need to narrow it down to what's very solid and relevant to a large group of people you care about, and then communicate to those people in a way that you care about them, to show you care about them and get them to come along on your journey with you. And I just think people sometimes get on YouTube. It's like you borrow somebody's car and you drive the car around like it's your car, and you're not even listening to the person's desire who owns the car. You don't even care what they think. You think it's your car. It's like, no, you didn't make this car. This car can crash or fail at any time, right? You have it as long as you can afford the car. So make good use of the car while you have it. You see what I mean? Today, the title of this stream, in case anybody wants to know, is Open Panel. Anyone can hop up. And then in the description, it is respect your freedom before it's taken away. Respect your freedom before it's taken away. And it's odd because think about this. How many times have you heard about somebody wilding out, and then all of a sudden their freedom gets taken away from them, their life gets taken away from them, or something like that, and you can't bring it back. You can't change the fact that they're going to be incarcerated. You can't change the fact that they lost their life. You might have said something to them before that happened to try to get them to not go down that path that they went down, but they went down that path anyway, right? And they lost something that you can't get back, either their freedom or their life. You see, it's a call for people to think before they do. Today's program. So anybody want to hop up? I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. Feel free to hop up if you want. I might even play a little bit of music in the background. I'm gonna wait for anybody because I don't have nothing to do. I think it's a good topic. So let me see here. What can I throw on a little bit until folks want to get feisty? Let me see here. What can I do here? Let me try. Is it this one? Let me try this one. Here we go. All right, let me throw some music up. I'll be right back here. Yeah, yeah, appreciated Web Funk, exactly. Um, yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, if you want to, you know, broaden your thinking, one of the ways you can do it is through communication, because that gives you access to other events around you that are a step away from you. You see, but the thing about communications, even over the internet, even through books, reading books, even through talking with people face to face, how good of a communicator you are, you know, in some way dictates part of the message you receive and part of the message you give. So, if you have poor communication skills, you you get less out of communicating. you know, you know, it's just that way. That's how it works. You get less out of communicating. You take less advantage of communication. Um, and communication can be a beautiful thing, even if it's subtle, you know. Let me see here. Through these experiences, we can gain insights into what is familiar and what may differ from norms we're accustomed to. Traveling allows us to appreciate the diversity within the challenges within and challenges us. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, everybody has an identity before they step foot somewhere else. And that's the thing about identity. It's not necessarily as finite as people think. It can be it can be a permanent thing in your own life, but it may not be in your children's life. It may not be in your great 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 grandchildren's lives. It may not have been your identity, may not have been what your ancestors' identity was. You see, and when you travel, you learn, you get to find out what it's good for, that identity in practical terms, not in theoretical, not in a debate, in real actual life. You get to put your theories to the test to find out what of them is real and what of them is less real than you thought. You see, and I've been able to do that even in the US before I even started traveling outside of the US. I was able to do that within the US at a young age just through DJing, just through music, And so that was my blessing. That was my blessing. And that was the one gift I had as a young person was music. My my love for music. You see, and at an early age, pretty much I was able to do a little bit with that, and actually a little bit more. And so I use those experiences help develop my thinking, you know, and my views, So one thing I realized is that, yeah, life can feel like a prison sometimes, or life can feel like you could be in a place where you feel like things aren't moving fast enough sometimes. But it's how you do things that often dictate the outcome, how fast you get somewhere or how slow you get somewhere. Um, by understanding other people, what other people want, you know, what you have, what other people want, um, and what other people don't want. Like, for example, one of the reasons why I was able to get some deeper music experience in the music industry was because of my thinking, and the cats that involved me, their thinking, their way of thinking. Um, we had a very unilateral, straightforward way of thinking, all three of us, right? And so, and it's a way of thinking that kind of comes from our hometown. So, being outside of our hometown, we were able to employ that way of thinking in ways that kind of insulated us. You know, we trust each other. We know what each other's thoughts are. We respect and understand how we're going to move on certain things. Um, it really helped us avoid a lot of things that a lot of people go through in the music industry. Music industry, people don't know who their comrades are. Music industry, people is getting undercut, undermined by folks all the time. I mean, money becomes a factor, greed becomes a factor, ratchet lifestyles become a factor. And when you're a group of people, three people, that you're not up for all of that, you have certain ways of doing things. Your ways is different from other folks. You kind of stick with that because you got what you need. You don't need to be everybody else. You can do things in a unique way. Therefore, you end up having a unique product. In the end, you just have a different experience. But if I didn't have a certain way of thinking, which is very straight up and DC-ish, like straight from the bottom, very simple to understand. If you can't understand it, it means to me it would mean like, wow, you're confused or you're too complex, But and our way of thinking is that you do what you say. You say what you mean. You don't step on anybody's toes, and you don't do some corny shit like go out there running your mouth. You speak within your own group, and that's it. Let everybody else find out what you think later. Um, you everybody's shirt, everybody's money is everybody's money. My money is your money. Your money is my money. What I have, you have. You have these kind of things, right? On a simple level. Um, when I make a promise to you, I'm going to fulfill my promise. This is going to happen and this is going to happen. When you get to this point, then this is going to happen. Following up on the say, basically keeping your goddamn word. That was a big part of it, keeping your word, people knowing where they stand with each other. And when you keep your word, you you get to some place that a lot of people don't get because every opportunity doesn't open up for everybody. So so and every opportunity doesn't open up all the time so quickly and so vastly. Some opportunities open up, less than others. And so, having a certain way of thinking and being able to understand how people think and being able to communicate it in a simple way without offending somebody, without stepping on their toes, without you know, being a loudmouth, embarrassing the people around you by being a loudmouth. You see, that's one of the interesting things about communication. If you're still learning and if you know you have something to learn, sometimes it's better to not even speak. It's better to let other people speak and you listen, but that's still communication. It's your listening skills now that you're employing in your communication instead of your verbal skills. And a lot of people lacking that shit, man, on YouTube. The listening skills to confront our own biases and perceptions. Yeah. Yeah, bro. That's one thing that I did learn by traveling. I kind of learned that everybody has their own biases. Everybody does. They're not even special. But if you want to get somewhere, then you need to confront your biases. But and when you confront your biases, you're also able to understand and confront other people's biases properly and get somewhere. Rue, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, how you been? Good to have you back. I'm good. I'm good.
Doing
Thank you
all
for
right.
asking. Hmm.
You know what I
What's on?
was? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, what's on your mind? What's on your mind, Rue?
I was listening to you. It all boils down to intelligence,
Thank you.
and a lot of people are not intelligent, and that's not something you can teach. They're not intelligent. So, was that bad to say?
Nah, nah, I think you're being straight to the point about it. It's accurate. I mean, because I don't want, sometimes if you say something like that, a person could get offended if they don't feel like they are intelligent, I
A
guess.
lot
I
of
don't know.
the people who are not intelligent, they know they're not. That's why they find something like that offensive.
You know,
They already know that unintelligent people already know that they're not. That's why if you pay attention to them, they're very threatened and intimidated and easily offended. Why?
No, no. But see, I'm so glad you're here, because you could pick up where I left off at. You can say it
Yeah,
in a way that I didn't want to say it.
these people know that they're not intelligent. To be intelligent, it's deep. It's a gift. A lot of people don't have that gift, so
Hmm.
they don't have it, and they know they don't have it. That's why you must be conscious of your time and who you try to teach. You can't teach intelligence. You can't.
Hmm.
All people can try to mimic intelligent people, but
Mhm.
they don't have it. They'll never have it. It's why are you laughing? It's a part of the definition of if you ever looked into reprobate mind.
Oh, say that again.
If you look into the definition of a reprobate mind,
All right, let me Google that real quick. Reprobate mind.
hmm
Damn, reprobate mind. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, it's
Reprobate
in the
mind. All right.
Bible. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let me see it. All right. A depraved, unprincipled, or wicked person.
Mm-hmm.
A person rejected by God beyond
Mm-hmm.
hope of salvation. Wow, that's a deep.
You gonna try to teach somebody people like that? You gonna go ahead and try to teach them.
Mhm.
It's going to flip on you. You
Mm,
cannot teach them.
you
They're
deep.
unteachable.
Whoa. Yeah, I see your point.
They're already done. The universe said so. God said so. So all of that teaching people. I was listening to you earlier about trying to warn people. That time is over.
Mm, yeah.
That time is
Yeah.
over. Car- Karma's here. In case you don't, karma's here.
Hmm.
What? What do you
No,
think?
no, I'm just thinking about what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're in a whole new world now. We're in a whole
Yeah.
new world. The ball is rolling. The wrath of God is here. I'm not being religious when I say that. Look at the price of food, the stripper prices. I'm sorry.
Mhm. Yeah, it is.
It's the
And,
real deal, man. It's real. Okay,
it's real.
so you let people be.
What do you think? I mean, that people are flying, well, they've been going into space for a whole lifetime, right?
hmm
But now they've improved upon it, right?
hmm
What do you think that means? Like,
You
you
already
know,
know. Cat Williams did a joke about this. Did you ever see it? I forget the name of that special. But you say space. They're always discovering something new about space, aren't they?
mhm.
They're looking for more options because this place is almost done.
They're looking for a lot of options. Well, but what I meant was like when
I'm
I look
sorry.
at the fact that people can fly into space, it's not the same thing as like 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago, people were like, damn, you built a pyramid. How did that happen? How do you build these kind of things? How could this kind of science was people were in awe of, right? But today, it's they actually going into space now. They
Yeah,
worked past all they've done the math, they've done the physics. Now they're in space, and yet, what am I talking about? What am I arguing about? What's the focus of my day? You know, and that's what I meant by that. Like
I know what you mean.
sometimes,
I'm so sorry. I'm
yeah.
thinking about
Am I
like
saying
literally.
that well enough? Am I saying
I
that
get what
good?
you mean now, but whenever you get a chance, listen to the sound of the black hole. It's a video.
Okay, hold on. Let me do it now.
I'll tell you
Let me
right
just
now, it sounds like a bunch of crying lost souls.
sound of the black hole. Okay, I hope there's an authentic one up here. It should be this one, right?
Well, I can't.
No, 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 no. It's this one. What does the black hole sound like? Here we go. Let's. Hopefully, it's not a. Oh, well, it's on CBS News, so it should be all right. No. Woo!
I'm not getting no sleep after that.
No, it's gonna be some nightmares after that. But actually,
It's like,
I might need to hear that longer. that's
yeah, like,
that's a
damn.
reality check.
I said, is it a bunch of souls out there, God? What is that? But yeah, the
It sounds
universe
like
is
it.
so, yeah, the
It
universe
sounds
is
like it.
so big that I don't even think it's so big. We're humans are trying to comprehend what we're dealing with out here. It makes us so small. You get what I mean? It's
Mm-hmm.
something deep. It's something
Mm-hmm.
that humans. I think we shouldn't even be. But I get what you mean. Where you put your time and energy into.
Well, it's funny because when you think about the fact that somebody has or people have figured out the physics and the science behind how you can get yourself to space, Mars or wherever they're going, the moon, all these places, and maybe other places they don't tell people. Who knows, right? But they can get into space and they can come back, right? And they can collect data, information, and raw material, whatever, and bring it back. Now, if you think about the fact that they can do that now, but then you just think about how our actual daily, everyday interactions can be now. Going to work is great. You interact with people, you see people on your way to work, traveling to work, you go to work, you communicate there, you see people. Hopefully, it's a good day, it's a good experience, and you come back. But everybody doesn't have even that kind of day. Some people going to have a day where they find something to argue about that makes no sense
That's me. Yeah,
and be committed to it.
okay, I'm gonna put it to you like this: the people who dare to have peace, who dare to have normalcy and have a functional life, these are the people that are the real targets out here. You have a set plan of any kind day today. You have peace from within. People target you for that. These are the people that these other people look to have an argument or confrontation with. If that makes sense to you.
Mm-hmm.
Your peace
Yeah,
is always threatened. There's
yeah,
always
exactly.
different entities coming after your peace. In fact, the more peace you have, the worse they get.
Mm.
These wicked people out here aren't targeting each other. They always target the innocent and the righteous. Those who they know don't care to have certain issues. So I think that when you move a certain type of way, you must be conscious of the threat. When you have a routine, you go to a certain place, get your coffee, you go to work. You were planning on having a good day, a whole day. People see that they target you. You'll be surprised in the most bizarre ways.
Mm.
But I've learned, I've studied these people to the point where I know what they're going to do before they do it, and they try to get a certain response, but I don't give it to them.
How
Just
long you been on YouTube? Like, just curious. It's just a random question, pretty much.
I don't know, like maybe I don't know how long YouTube existed.
Because you said like these people, so I'm thinking that you mean like YouTube or the
No,
internet.
I mean in terms of like society
Okay, all right, I
in
got
real life. Like I'm looking at it from how you talk about how you live and how people always look for an argument. That happens in everyday
you. Yeah, that
society.
happens in society too. It's true. It's the same
They
behavior.
target, and if you notice who people get at, it's always a very peaceful, quiet person that is just trying to enjoy their day. You know what I mean? Or
Yeah,
they,
it's never the person that goes out there and curse somebody's mother out. They want peace with that person. Like,
yeah,
oh,
the wicked never target the wicked.
Ooh.
They never go after each other because they know that they understand each other's misery. They always go after truly innocent people that they read people. They can read you, and that's who they target.
Mm,
But as long as you implement self control, and you're aware of yourself, it's hard for them to break you.
mm,
I'm not saying you can't defend yourself or speak up for yourself, but you
mm.
won't go down a certain lane.
Yeah, there's
You,
limits.
yeah, you won't be cussing and yelling. You'll speak rationally while they're the ones screaming and yelling,
Exactly.
and that makes them even worse.
Yep.
They want to hear certain things come out of you. You ugly, you know. They want to hear that. You're not going to give it to them.
Hmm. Wow, Rude, you're very intelligent. You're very intelligent. In fact, you know, maybe a little more intelligent than me. I mean, well, you got one up on me, I
Wow,
think, in
don't you
some kind
know?
of way.
Intelligent is just intelligent. You
Just
know.
observing people and being able to articulate it too, the
Yeah,
way
you
that you
gotta
did.
study society, study people. If you
Mm,
study it, you know where it's going. I don't want to be doom and gloom up here, but I think it's a wrap. If you can see what I'm seeing,
hmm.
something
Yeah,
has
I
changed.
understand you.
A lot has changed. Businesses are closing down left and right. I'm like, oh my god, did the rapture happen? Oh my god, did we miss it? Did we? So
Hmm.
much is happening nonstop. It shows the times that we're in. So now it's time to just reflect. The time of change is over, in my opinion. Trying to wake people up, warn people that's done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Why Funk says, why the hell should you have peace while I'm going through my turmoil? Get involved with my mess and you're an enemy. Yeah, or you're an
You know what's interesting about
enemy.
that? Wab Funk. Did I say his name right?
Yeah, Wab Funk, Wab
Wab
Funk.
Funk. Oh damn, I was close. You know what's interesting? The turmoil that those people have is self-inflicted. That's what makes it so interesting. They engage in self-sabotage, self-inflicted misery. That's fascinating.
Self-destructive behavior.
No, it's in every way imaginable. They these people live in hell, so they create hell for themselves to make themselves and keep themselves miserable. And then when they come across other people who aren't miserable, they get angry and attack.
Mm,
Have liberation and peace, and watch how the reality of people comes out of them. Truly be liberated within yourself. You don't have to have everything you want, and everything doesn't have to go your way, but still have peace within yourself. And you watch how they can't even stand the sight of you. And it's nothing like it fake in the flesh. It's spiritual.
hmm.
They can't stand you.
Damn, you right on point. And you basically go ahead, keep talking. What should
Well,
I do now? Because you making too much sense, and
oh my
you
bad. I'm
you
sorry.
no, you understand my point. Even you're very clear about it.
I was
Even
thinking
more
about
clear.
what you were saying earlier. Oh, how do you stop people from basically their own karma? It was something about freedom.
Yeah, here it is right here. It's respect your freedom before it's taken away. You
People
know.
don't respect they don't respect humanity. This is
Yeah.
something else. They don't respect humanity. They don't give a damn about freedom. A lot of these people I'm thinking about, I'm sorry, they're dead on their feet. They don't give a damn about freedom. They're dead on their feet. You know what? Does that make sense to you? I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
That's
It's
why they live on edge. They don't care about prison. They don't care about. They're not
the
free within
repercussions.
themselves. Yeah, they don't fear consequences nor repercussions at all. They're here, but they have no will to live. That's a different ball game.
Yeah, yeah, it's hard when how when I came on YouTube, I didn't really. I've explained this before, by the way. I didn't know much about YouTube, almost nothing. I had a YouTube account that I made to put up one documentary that I did a long time ago. And I only put it up there because it was old and it stopped running on another place that I initially put it up, right? Before YouTube existed, right? And so I put it on YouTube just to have it there, say, okay, I could check it out sometime and laugh at it, right? But then I hadn't been on YouTube for a long, 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 long time. And then I decided I wanted to learn a little bit about YouTube. I decided, okay, I have some projects that I want to put out on YouTube, but first I need to learn about YouTube. And I didn't know anything at that time. It's still, this was like a year, maybe just a little over a year ago. I didn't know anything about how YouTube works, streaming, really, outside of upload something and that's it. That's not really streaming, right? And that's luck basically. And so then I said, you know what? How can I resolve this issue? And I said, okay, let me just go on YouTube and just take a look around and see what's going on. And I came across one channel, and I used to go on the panel there. I liked some of the things they were saying, and then I just realized it's a little bit too toxic for me, right? So let me just back off of that. It wasn't I didn't have a bad experience, but just the way maybe some of the communication went on. And then so I looked around a little bit more, and then I stumbled across this cat Shaka that does streaming. He's been streaming for a long time on YouTube. And I said, you know what? I know what his content is about. It's about history and Egypt and Africa and religious, Abrahamic religion, how it's, maybe it's part of it being derived from Africa, things like this, right? And so he discussed a lot of those things. So I'm interested in some of those topics. And more specifically, I wanted to learn
What
more
is his
about
full name?
his channel's called Ma'at Forever.
Damn.
Um, it's just MAAT, and then forever afterwards. Space forever. Yeah, let me see. I could pull it up. And
Name sounds familiar.
yeah, I mean he's on here debating some of the degenerates, not debating them, but talking about them, their sleazeball behavior, and But this is his channel. Let me see here if y'all can see this. This is it right here. And so I wanted to learn, I had a few different things that I wanted to learn on YouTube. And so when I stopped here, I said, okay, well, this guy definitely knows about YouTube streaming because he's been doing it for many years, over a decade, right? And probably since like 2000 and what, maybe 8, something like that. 2008, 2007, I forget, but for since YouTube started, he's been on there. And so I said, you know what? Since I communicated with him years ago, and seemed like a real solid dude, and I like how he does his debates and things like that, and his information, his sourcing. I said, let me reach out to him. And so I just went on one of his shows one day and hopped up and was like, yo, man, I don't know if you remember me, blah, blah, blah. But I wanted to learn a few things. I wanted to learn about how the internet, how YouTube works. It, really works. And he was willing to teach me, to show me, to answer any questions. The other thing I wanted to do was learn about, I wanted to hear more discussions about Abrahamic religion versus Kemet in Africa, right? How if they connect at all, where they connect at all, and where they don't, right? So I knew I would find that conversation there. So I was like, okay, cool. Number two, because I'm interested in that. I have something maybe to discuss in that realm. And then and I think it was oh right. And the other thing is that obviously I wanted to set up YouTube because I have some other material that's coming that's not about debates or these lives. It's a real documentary, right? But you have to work your channel up, you know, to get it
Yeah.
monetized, and you got to work on it a little bit of time, right? So so he was willing to help me do those things. So I did that, right? But I never really knew a year ago anything about YouTube.
From
And
my observation, when it comes to YouTube, it's all about who you wish to engage with. Um, how do I say this? who's your target? Who you want wish to target, if you get what I mean?
Hmm. Hmm. Your
Because there's
target
a
market.
lot of energy on YouTube.
Whew.
There's a lot of I don't like it. Most of the time, I don't like it.
Hmm.
It's too much. Social media. This is a part of social media. You got to remember that.
Hmm.
So a lot of energies. Sometimes you may have to. I don't know. I've spoken
You
on
got to be
platforms.
picky.
Yeah, man. Because I'm like, if I wanted to do something, I don't have time. I don't have the patience anymore for certain energy. I just, I know how to put people in their place in the most eloquent fashion. And, people hate that. They hate truth. A lot of people hate truth. That's what makes this so bad now, I think.
Mhm. What do you think is what's the worst thing you encountered on YouTube? Give me the top two things, the top two worst things that you encountered yourself, let's say.
I can't think of anything.
Any harassment, any doxing, any, you'd never had any mix up with no nuts?
No. Have
I
you?
wonder, I wonder why that is. I I haven't really, but you know, it I've had, well, yeah, I have. What am I talking about? I had a nut, a lady nut, excuse my language, but a female nut, just basically using my picture and making up lies about me on the internet, on a YouTube channel. Um, and they're kind of grotesque things. It's not like it's nothing more than just, I think this, I suspect this, I do, and it's like, okay, what are you talking about? And it's actually a person that, strangely enough, I defended against harassment. And I was saying, wow, this person is saying these things about you. That's so wrong. That's terrible. How could we have community members that would do this to somebody? And she turned right back around and started doing it towards me. But I didn't, at first I was a little shocked by it, but then I kind of realized, no, no, this is about something else. And it just has nothing to do with me, almost like what they're doing. And so I just kind of like, I
You
took
know,
it in a way like you did. How I reacted to it, it kind of, you know solved the issue, you could say. What I
there's-
did was, I
the
went to,
people. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I decided, you know what, this person is saying these lies about me, right? Basically trying to say I'm gay. Not basically trying to, saying it, accusing me of being. Can you imagine accusing a person of being gay that you never met in your life, never seen any material that says such, you know nothing about them,
Quick
but yet you will say that, and the person you're saying it to is, a family
Quick.
man, a father, uh,
Listen. Question.
loves women. It's crazy.
Listen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear.
Did this person? I don't know who this person is, by the way. Did this person in any way hit on you?
No, and in fact, you know, I'm not. I mean, if it was, it went way over my damn head. I'll tell you that much.
Probably.
But you know, but people have said something like that. People tend, but sometimes I don't take it that way. Like, sometimes guys will say things like, "Man, she just wants you to hit it." That would have solved all that. There's guys that will say things like that, but I could just tell you, this is a person I would never ever even think about it. It doesn't even connect in my mind with this person. This person, I just thought that they were being attacked in a nasty way, and I just said, "Hey, I'm a brother. Let me speak about what I think about these kind of attacks." And I didn't do that for just her. It's other people too. Now, but I think there was more to it with this one. Like, um, she just she was doing it for another reason. It's because someone else, we were talking about somebody else who, I don't know if you heard of this brother Polite, right?
I've heard of him.
Yeah, you heard of him. You heard of Nature Boy, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Well, it's somebody that hosted a lot of these types on their panel regularly, right? And this person didn't like us speaking about that, saying that, hey, why do you keep having these rapists and pedophiles on your platform? Like, and you're masking it as black identity or masking it as African identity or African American identity or community building, these kind of things. But really, it's scammers and pedophiles and rapists. Like, what's going on? That person didn't like that. And it turns out that this person, the other person, the lady that was slandering us, slandering me, um, was basically, communicating with him the whole time. He was directing her. I mean, he's even in videos like saying, "You didn't attack V Bennett," you know? And then she's in a video saying, Sonetta's always got, oh, I said his name. She's in a video saying, Sonetta always has conditions. Like, you know? So
Well,
it's
I'm
great.
just gonna tell you, no offense, I'm so sorry, but
No, go ahead.
pretty much neutral, of course. But I find that a lot of times when it comes down to certain characters in the, I guess, quote unquote, pro black category, there's a lot of chaos and drama there.
Tell me about it.
A lot. A lot. I find
It-
that so ironic.
It's like, yeah, you're right. And it's kind of like, I think it's what you said. You described it earlier, like a lot of self-inflicted things going on, and is perpetuated in certain circles. And if you're not aware of it when you come on YouTube, then you're just not aware of it. Like in my mind, in real life, I guess it's been a reality check because I've never seen people with this kind of mentality survive, you know, in real life. Like the way they communicate to each other, I've never seen people openly communicate with each other that way without somebody dying, or somebody getting brutally, harmed as a reaction. So usually the people I'm around don't communicate that way because they understand that's exactly what it's going to come down to any day of the week. Just like I've had this discussion, in some cities people go around calling each other nigga, nigga this, nigga that, nigga you, nigga. Um, but where I'm from, just that one thing, approaching somebody that way, could cause a violent reaction from another black person. So why would you do that? You know what I mean? Um, it's not going to work. And there's so many weapons out there. There's so many people that have grown up in violent circumstances that you could expect that a lot of people might react poorly. So why would you display it that way? Display yourself that way. Um, Another example is like where I'm from. It's not the big. It's not the people with the big mouths that say all those rude things that are the people you need to watch out for. That are the most dangerous. The people that have the loudest mouth where I'm from and the rudest mouths, those are the weakest links. It's like the exact opposite. So if you have any brains, you learn like, okay, you don't mask that. You need to keep your eyes open, your ears open, and your mouth shut more and pay attention to what's going on, right? And not be the one out there in front, speaking disrespectfully because you could always get got that way. That's the easy way to get gotten, you know. And but when you deal with this community online, it's almost like they never experienced that reality before. Almost like that's welcome in their real life, communicating that way. What do you think about that?
Hmm. It's typical, in my opinion. It's typical. It's just typical dysfunctional behavior, if you don't mind me saying. So you just choose expression on this platform to move however you want to move. You know what I mean? Um, it's too much. It's a lot. I'm just looking at how the world is shifting right now. That's my focus. You know what I mean? But
Right. Yeah, you thinking on the macro level.
I'm looking at some of the most bizarre shit. We're experiencing things now socially that our parents, grandparents, or great grandparents never seen. So it's like the petty, the trivial shit for me. Sorry for cursing. It takes a back seat now. Things have gotten real, but certain people, they're going to remain, you know, just on that petty type of level. They're, go to the next level. Leave them where
What
they're at. Go
what do
ahead.
you think the most important thing people should focus on is, like, the top three things right now?
Mm.
I mean, if you could pick two top three things, one is cool too.
I don't even know where to start. Um, because you can't predict where people are mentally and spiritually. A lot of people fake being wise, and gifted, but those who are truly have it, they're fine. It's just all about processing, I guess. There's just a lot going on. It's a very draining time, if I must say.
Do
But
you think?
it's draining for those who are observant, whose brains actually work. But that's not the case for most. So just stay in your own lane at this time. Just whether it's online in society, stay in your own lane and have peace within yourself. That's all I can say.
What do you think is? Do you think like this kind of behavior? Like, if you want to talk about poor behavior, what do you think is going to, as people move on, societies move on? What do you think happens to folks like that ultimately?
Well, since the way society is moving, the society, excuse me, has no more time for this type of dysfunction. So, society is now going in a certain direction where these people will be left behind, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, sadly, it does.
They're going to be left behind. They're not going to be able to, considering the direction of the society, they're not going to be able to, they're going to be excluded, rejected, rebuked, shunned, because now things have hit the fan. Society is moving in a certain direction where I could see that type of dysfunction is not tolerated of any kind. I see what it's doing too. It's moving a certain type of way. Like, how do I say it? It's not blatant, but you can clearly see it, if that makes sense to you.
hmm Yeah, and some things, it seemed like, if you could borrow from history, like when I see campaigns against people be executed, it usually comes with, like, a media campaign, to show who the degenerates are, to show that, see, they can't help themselves. See, they don't care about themselves. You see.
I think the best example, believe it or not, is Nature Boy.
Go ahead.
That's the best example that I can give right now at this time. Nature Boy. They let him show his behind for years. They let him slide for years, but when they got him to the point where it was almost scary. You know what I mean?
When you say they let him, what do you think about that? What do you mean exactly?
They literally let him from even overseas show his natural born behind. I was floored by what the evidence he was posting himself, you see, of all that he was doing. But they were patient. But when they got him, they got him. When they got him, they got him. There was nothing he could do about it.
And he kind of turned himself. He gave up a lot of the critical evidence himself out of his own mouth.
Oh, I will tell you that's the most shakiest trial I've ever seen. That it was
What you mean by that? Shaky?
something didn't feel right with that trial. What was allowed in, what was not allowed in. Something wasn't right.
Okay, what do you mean?
A lot of evidence wasn't allowed in that you would have thought would have been allowed in. You see?
Oh, you mean all the YouTube posts and other information?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Like they played his interview with the cops, but not hers. A lot of
Well,
things that
why do
she
you
had,
think that was?
oh, a lot of things she said on the internet concerning that matter was not allowed in court. I thought that was very strange.
Do you think they try to defend her or try to defend him or what? What do you mean by that?
No, they got the outcome that they wanted. It was bigger than her. It was deeper than her. Oh, they used her, but it was deeper than her, if that makes sense.
Go ahead. I kind of understand you, but I just want to make sure I don't. Just what do you mean exactly deeper than her?
Why are you getting so quiet? Are you getting nervous?
No, no, because I'm listening, but I had it on mute because I don't want you to hear the background noise. That's all. But so I'm
The
just
case
unmuting when I'm asking you.
her, yeah, it was a case about her, but it was deeper than her. They wanted him. Because if you had looked and listened to what she was saying, I'm like, man, come on, you're all over the place. Stop it. But it wasn't about her, it was about him. Getting him.
Yeah, do you think they would be able to express themselves well in that situation with that kind of conditioning?
What do you mean? Who? Who exactly?
I mean, the people that lived in that cult,
I think they all have a hidden agenda, generally speaking. I think the outcome of everything. See, they spoke on it, but they didn't tell it all. Of course, they didn't say all the wrong that they did in that call.
It's
They
a
didn't.
lot of people that been discussing that also. But go
They
ahead.
didn't speak on everything that really went down. It was oh so convenient. They didn't speak on everything. Solar just came out and he spoke on the fact that he was stepping on the women's heads. He was stepping on their heads.
Yeah, I had the same thought. A lot of the people that were involved, somehow they didn't really they seem like they're coming off as heroes now or
They're
like
playing several games, but the truth is going to come out eventually when it comes down to them. But they played in terms of a lot of them. I was thinking about this earlier. There's a lot of all of these people are not saying because it's going to make everybody look at them funny. So there's a lot that hasn't come out.
yeah, I think it's tragic because I don't know if they have the opportunity to get some kind of health, some counseling. I mean, real counseling, like psychological help, like therapy. Like, I don't know how easy it is for them to get access to it, but it seems like some of them have money to do it. But when I'm listening to their comments after the trial, it
Okay,
doesn't necessarily sound like all of them are that committed to, you know.
therapy is not going to help a lot of these people, believe it or not. It's not. It's not going to help them
I
because
mean, okay,
they
because they
have
got something to hide. It's more important to hide, right?
yeah, they have their blame guy. They're not going to admit to their wrongdoing in that whole setup and what they seen that was messed up and turned a blind eye to, what they didn't speak out against, and none of that. They're not going to do that. They're not going to be that honest. They're still placing the blame on him. That can only last for so long if you're really trying to heal. That's if they're really trying to heal.
Yeah, that's why I stopped. I mean, I'm still following it here and there through some of the networks like Medea and then the T, right? Because since they've been covering it daily, even some of the after effects and comments and statements people have made, But I stopped following it just because I got the sense that some of the people's responses, or a lot of them after this, were either, even the ones that spoke out against him, Nature Boy, they didn't, they just didn't seem like, they just, something funny. It just didn't
Bingo.
seem like what I would think they would be like.
Like, for example, they're coming at the wives that are still there. Why would you, if you're saying that he's XYZ and he's this and he's that, why are you coming at them?
Do you think that these ladies that are still call themselves his wives, do you think they under some mental control still?
Definitely. I think they endured more than anybody. I think the ones that are still there, the women, I think they endured hell, and I think they endured trauma that their brain cannot properly process. That's what's holding them there. I think they
Yeah.
endured some
Okay.
real bad stuff, real bad, and it did a number on them.
And so, therefore, the people that are outside talking about them, I mean, the people that left and are talking about them in a negative way, it's kind of like a scapegoat, maybe. They're not, to get some of the heat off of them or get the attention off of them, like, and
I
what they
think they may
did.
be
And
lashing out at them because of guilt.
yeah, guilt. Yeah, I see.
Like when Solar was saying that he was stepping on the women's heads. And the dude that he talking in front of, he was like, y'all allow him to do that? Y'all
Yep.
was allowing this dude to do, one of them is your baby moms. Like, why would you allow him to do that to these women like that? You see?
Yeah,
I
you
think
will never see a person like that as normal again. You can never do that. It's
like
crazy.
the response of the other dude that was there was like, you're gonna allow that? You see? You allowed that? Because one of them had a baby. It was like you let him step on the head of your baby mama and you just let him do that. So I
Yep.
think when these people are lashing out because they're reminiscing about some real messed up stuff that went down. But I think those women there endured more than anybody, especially Malia.
Because they're still there. They're
Yeah.
still stuck, damn near.
They
That
don't
they, yeah.
if they move on, they have to admit that all of that trauma in detail. And I don't think that they can properly process that at the moment.
I think you're very accurate with your depiction of them. And again, thanks for communicating it and clearly, because when I think about it, I have my first thing is like, when I think about these kind of people, to be honest, my first thing is like defend myself, get away from me, like rebuke that kind of behavior. um See that behavior as nasty, see the people as nasty, like, in extreme terms. My first reaction is so negative, you know almost uncompromising. Like, I could say so many bad things, about what I think about a person that would even involve themselves in this kind of stuff. Like,
What
you
in
should
terms
be able to go in and leave. Then I understand. You go in, you thought it was one thing, you found out it wasn't, and you stepped. But people that go along with this kind of disgusting thing for how long, like you said, stepping on someone's head, oh, stepping on a woman's head, your wife, these kind of, and all of that other stuff. Listen, some of the things that they described, I didn't even get a chance to talk about. But this, but it's been out there for a while. I'm
I
sorry,
never I never heard
download,
of that before. That threw me off.
stepping on people's heads, right? You never heard of that. Me
I
either.
never heard of that before.
But
So when
think
you
about
said
it.
it, I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
And
But
he described.
they were doing so many disgusting things that it has to be more, because if you didn't stop at the first thing, then the next thing have to, why would you stop at the next? It's all disgusting.
Let
They
me,
got
you know,
downloads,
let me.
downloading.
Oh,
Oh,
I
I'm
know.
sorry.
Yeah,
Downloaders. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't want to be hurtful or anything, but my view is that every goddamn person in that place was getting some downloads. And these men, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I look at them talk, and I look at them in my face, I'm like, man, you was down with that too. You were down with that. And then even the one that say they wasn't, we watched the guy say that he wasn't. The person asked him, I think it was on Nick at Night, and she was like, but did you know anything about downloads? Somebody asked him, did you do the downloads? And he was like, no, I didn't. I'm like, you a damn liar. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just saying
and
my
let me
feeling.
go back and just
Go
state, because
ahead.
for
Go ahead.
some reason it's taboo to have your own mindset in regards to that trial. It wasn't. I don't. I've seen trials in the past. I've never seen anything like that before. You see what I mean? But to say that they're like, well, you're defending him. No, that's not what the hell I'm talking about. I'm talking about the layout of that trial. I've never seen something like that. And especially how quick it went down. That trial lasted a week.
Mm,
I
mm.
thought it was gonna last at least a month. It was a
I
week.
didn't.
It,
I didn't think so. I had another theory. My theory, and people thought, I'm maybe some people might have gotten my statement wrong, but I thought it was just going to take a week because look, this guy's a damn fool, and number two, he's black. They're gonna wrap this shit up quick. It's like,
yeah,
and
I
then
wasn't
I
expecting
even called it. I was like, they're gonna have a verdict within less than a day.
you called it.
I'm like, what the hell? And dude got his verdict, but what do you expect? Look at what the man was doing.
Even the other videos, that's what's so interesting. The stuff that we have seen him do, that where it's on video, that wasn't even allowed in court. You see what I mean?
Right.
The evidence of different abuse that he recorded and that was it. I found it to be strange. That's all I'm saying. It was strange.
Yeah, I think, because they have to make decisions, and obviously when they do it, I think they really want to, they look at all the information, but they only need what they need, right? And the thing about it is that there's so much information out there. There's all kinds of ways you could look at this, some of that information. Like you said, one guy is stepping on a girl's head. I mean, the more things that come out, you know, they want to home in. It's true what you said. The idea there was to home in on Nature Boy, and they did that. And but and they only used what they needed, and it's, yeah. I'm not sure what the technical excuses were for excluding some of the other debauchery and stuff, but I definitely didn't think he was going. I thought it was going to be like open and shut case. It's a wrap. We figured this out. The only thing I didn't suspect is that he would say the things to the judge in the end, that basically got him natural life. Like,
He didn't get natural life.
he didn't
Life,
get natural.
no, life in Georgia is 25 years. So then he got to 20. That's life in the state of Georgia. 25, and then she added plus 10. So it's a total of 35 years.
Oh, okay. So 35 years. That's
Uh-huh.
it.
Uh-huh. Because when it came out, what life is in Georgia
I got you.
is
Right.
25 years.
It's
Because then
less.
there's other
Okay.
places when they use the term natural life, that's different. Life in Georgia is
Okay.
25. Then she added the 10. So he got a total
And
of
she had it.
5.
Okay, okay. Damn, that's good to know. I didn't know that actually. I thought I thought he was going to be in
I
there
thought
forever.
life meant life
Yeah.
until some people started looking up the Georgia laws and the way their laws work there. It's just 25 years plus 10.
Okay. Okay. So he's coming. He'll be out. He'll be old.
He said that threw me off. He was like, "Are you happy?" I said, oh, "Damn." I said, "Damn." He was like, "And I still love you." I said, "Oh my God."
Yeah, he's a wacko. He's a
He
wacko.
to say and how to say it to pull at I'm because it threw me off.
He's a wacko. It would throw anybody off. I mean, it would throw anybody off. It threw me way the hell off. I mean,
Because you
I
didn't know how
didn't
to feel about that,
exactly. You don't know how to feel. He's a bona fide. He's out there. He's out there. And when somebody says something like that, to me, it just looked like, yo, man, you need help. And prison is the place you can start to get some, like, get some real psychological help. He's well. Here's the next question: Do you think? Do you think he can get some help? Do you think
Well,
he'll ever be able to confront what he did and speak about it as wrong, as regretful, apologize to anyone who fell under his way of doing things or his power? Like, do you think he's capable of doing that?
genuinely,
Yeah, yeah. Like you've seen sometimes they have these they interview these psychopaths or sociopaths that committed crimes, murders, and things like that, or other things, and sometimes they apologize and say they regret
but
what.
there's a psychopath and a sociopath can never, or a narcissist could never genuinely apologize.
Yeah, that's
They'll
crazy.
just say, "Well, what is this? What do people? What do most people do in situations like that?" Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You see, do they mean it? Is it genuine? Listen, depends on what kind of medication they give them.
Right. Yeah, it's going to have to be a real special day
Because
because
he's now in a part of prison where he's going through evaluation, deep psychological evaluation to diagnose him accordingly. So he's not in
right,
the
they have to do that before they place him, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
from my understanding, it's going to be extensive to find out exactly what is wrong with him. I would love to know what's wrong with him on paper, what his diagnosis is. I would love to know.
Do you think there's like there's a space where people can say, you know, okay, he did these things, it's bad, but society made him do it. The how things are on society, how hard it's been on the black community, has pushed people to these kind of limits. Um, he's a reflection of America and in the American nightmare. Do you think
Uh,
that's realistic?
do you want the truth that
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah, yeah. I want it because yeah, I definitely do. That's why I'm asking you. And it's a fair question to ask because I think about it myself. Like, not to excuse his behavior at all. Like, he's where he needs to be, and the only place he can be right now. But I ask myself that
answer
sometimes, though.
honestly.
Hmm.
He's what the black race created.
Damn, really? Okay, go ahead.
Um, for year for excuse me. There's videos of him describing his childhood.
Hmm.
Ever seen the video? The movie. I'm sorry, Antoine Fisher.
Yes. Oh, he
When
got one of those stories?
it's worse than that. Sorry, excuse me.
Where do I find that at? Scribes. Let me see here. Story. That's a good one to know. I didn't know that.
Nature
But
Boy.
I could imagine it. I can imagine it. Go
Nature
ahead.
Boy came from some. I'll give you a quick example. What happened to him growing up? The woman that adopted him used to say that his dark skin was dirt, and she used to scrub him with Ajax and hit him while she was scrubbing him and make him scrub his skin with Ajax to the point where he thought every dark skinned person was dirty.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What?
Yes. It's bad. His childhood, he was severely abused by the people who took him in.
I'm not surprised, and that's exact. Well, you know what? That's not why I even asked the question, but that's a good second question.
And
Like, but I did
that's where
suspect
it's no,
that.
America didn't create this monster. The Black America did, though.
Well, it's. I think the thing is that it's good that you said this because
I hope
I
that's not crossing the line on your channel, is it?
no. I mean, shit. Listen. Crossing the line on this channel. I mean, look, it's hard to say something worse than
One
this.
thing I can tell you, brother, is black people, we ain't shit, man. Our people ain't shit.
I mean, what you said was mild.
So
You
by
said,
the time, if you look at him towards the end of his last he completely lost it. He was untreated mental illness, and what we saw was the last of it. If you get what I mean.
yeah, I do get what you mean.
See
And they,
that the man was okay. You could clearly see that he was mentally ill, but the difference is he found outside people that was willing to be a part of his mental illness in reality. And it just got worse and worse as time went on. But I understand his mental illnesses considering his trauma. Could you imagine someone scrubbing your flesh with cleanser telling you it's dirt?
his child, he was abused as a child,
You said
mentally and physically abused as a child.
he was brutalized as a child.
And that's where they say, I just want to find a video where he's talking about his childhood. Is there one out there still? Or let me see here. Is there a specific one? I don't know. Maybe that so many people have seen this already and know about it.
Should I just?
That's so tragic, you know.
Yeah, I mean it's bad. It's like Antoine Fisher mixed with Precious. It's bad. It made me like sick to my stomach. And he said she would hit him while she was scrubbing his skin with Ajax. And he said he really
that was his mother or his adopted parents?
His foster mother, Miss Bishop.
Miss Bishop.
Mr. Bishop and Miss Bishop abused him, but Miss Bishop was the worst. He really believed that his dark skin was dirt. And he thought all dark skin, he was a baby, he was a kid. He really thought that dark skin was dirt on other people.
So he's even named, his name is somebody else's name that's not his.
Those are the people who adopted him.
Yeah, I mean, the reality, like you said, I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because I never heard him talk about his childhood. But they do say that, like you say, sociopaths, psychopaths, narcissists,
It
they
always
all
starts
seem to have
somewhere.
something. Huh?
It always starts somewhere, but he literally she was physically torturing him.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Now that, let me clarify, because these people are, that's not to excuse what he turned into. You can't.
No.
That's not to excuse in any way, shape, or form. But for those like myself, it creates understanding. Where do these people come from? How are they created?
Yeah.
And he was basically failed, I believe, by the system numerous times in his life. You know, but the people they kind of torture, because it's like he had nothing and no one. So what did he do? He started stripping. He became a male escort to feed himself. Once again, no real resources amongst us. So if somebody goes down that path, look at what you did. But he had nothing. He was trying to figure out, well, damn, how I'm going to make it? I don't have any support out here. I don't have any family. So he started shaking and selling his ass. I'm sorry for saying it like that.
No. It's okay though. Like I was saying, that's mild. That is mild. You know, I mean, that's how it. That's
It's
how
like,
it is.
you know, action, reaction, before and after. Before and after. He's been failed numerous times. He should have been receiving proper mental health resources. But
why do you think he didn't get any? Like, it's just the system is that way.
Not when it comes. They're invested in this society is invested, into Black people living tormented lives. The resources change up when it comes to Black people and Black issues.
Yeah,
So
mental illness doesn't seem like this.
They have a whole bunch of people who should technically be committed walking amongst us. I think that.
He needed that himself.
I believe he was committed before.
He was committed before?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Hold on.
His brother, when he talked about, man, I was in prison, I was hard, man. I'm one of the niggas, man. His brother said, man, no, he was in a mental institution. Do you see the bigger picture? Okay, his brother, I can't remember his name now. His brother gave the interview. So if you look up the interview with his brother talked about how he was in a mental institution before.
Damn, this is
deep.
Crazy. This is insane. Really? Damn, alleged cult, Nature Boy.
In my opinion, they knew that something was severely wrong with this man, but they didn't. They had him in their custody.
Nature Boy's brother? It's this guy.
Yes.
How did I miss this episode? Jesus.
Hold on 1 second. Him and his brother were babies when their mother lost custody. The same family adopted him and the brother. But there's like maybe 4 others. This is 6 of them total. But him and that brother grew up in that same household. Now.
Sorry. Go ahead.
You must remember, the brother's observation of the bishops is not like Nature Boy's. So he'll downplay on stuff. Oh man, we was just bad little kids. He gonna downplay on the abuse. But he confirmed that Nature Boy was in a mental hospital before. He was, committed before.
Is this his blood brother?
Yes.
Okay.
They kind of look alike.
In some kind of way.
They have They have the same mother. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Multiple fathers with all of these, including his sister, but they all have the same mother.
So in other words, he is like the American, like America created him.
Pretty much.
But I'm not. I didn't mean it when I said it. I didn't mean it to. I'm not. My purpose in saying that is not to say that he shouldn't be incarcerated or shouldn't be held accountable for his crimes.
Yeah.
I believe that what he got is what he needs. He needs that, and I hope he get a lot more.
I mean, I'm not one of those uptight people, so I get exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah. But I think it's important to understand. It's important to understand that, hey, there's things that would help our society if we invested in it. And mental health is something that in the United States, it seems like people haven't confronted. Like,
okay, as a matter of fact, I'm so sorry.
Look at Trump. He's the damn president. He's about to be president or wants to be. He's crazy.
Well, no, I did.
You disagree? Oh, here we go. I caught him. I caught one. Here, where we at? Nah, okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You agree with Trump? Go ahead. Or no? Let
I
me
like
let you speak
him.
a piece on Trump. Okay, go ahead.
Look
Uh,
at look at what who we have now.
See, we was getting along just fine.
Pretty much now, man. Come on, man. You, Lord have mercy.
That was cool.
Look at who we got now. Oh my God.
It's all good. We can have a good conversation about that too. It's
I'm
no
just saying,
problem.
look at who we have now, man. Man, all of it's people that hated Trump before. That's like, bring him back. Bring him back now. People that thought they really hated him, they said, "My bad. Please come back.
Oh,
We
this
need you."
is so funny. Nathan Roberts.
So if
Uh,
you,
yeah.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Now, Nathan Roberts, we talking about Eligio Bishop and we talking about Trump. And we talking about
So
what
when you,
led to Eligio Bishop, Nature Boy, doing the things he did and being incarcerated. And now we just started bringing in Trump. I said Trump was crazy. Like, and I was referencing Eligio Bishop. Look who Trump is. Look at Trump. Look who president. And I found out that Rue has a different opinion on that. So we're about to hear her opinion. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rue.
you threw me under the bus. Oh
What? I did?
no, I'm just playing with you.
Oh,
No, I'm
hey.
just saying when he was president compared to now. That's
Hmm.
all you gotta do. Everybody was better. I mean, everybody had their disagreements, but we were better as a
Hmm.
society when he was there, in my
Hmm.
opinion. From what
Oh,
I've simply
you think
observed.
we were better? But do you give Trump the credit for that, or is that just you know a coincidence?
I'll say we were safer as a society when he was president.
Okay, but is
It's,
that due to Trump? Is it his
yes,
own doing, or is he
his
just did he
image.
just inherit it from
No,
Obama?
Trump don't play. A lot of things that have gone down, like the war between Ukraine and Russia, would not have happened if he was still in office. He was respected worldwide. It's not about, I know he's an asshole, right? But he was respected. He was feared in a good way. You understand?
No, I want you to explain it. How was he feared in a good way?
They know he wasn't one to mess around with. Russia understood, don't cross the line when this man is in office. They also conveniently waited till he left office to wage war against the Ukraine. That would not have happened if he was there. It was understood. A lot of things would not have been able to slide. I mean, it's so much. I'm so sorry, and it's so
But
early.
but but don't you think? Oh well, I won't. It's just a way of phrasing it. Obviously, it speaks to my own thoughts about this. But don't you think that the United States and NATO in general is that they're headed to conflict with Russia regardless?
It could have been preventable if he was still there.
Okay, okay,
You gotta
yeah.
There's a video just
I
so
don't see it as preventable at all.
just so you
Myself.
understand. There's a video of Trump where he just shake the leaders of hands around the world. You should see how this man shake hands. You just see the power. You know what he does when he shakes their hand? He pulls them into him. It's so interesting. He understands the concept of power. You see?
But okay, he understands the concept of power. Okay, but how did he show it?
I can't, man. It's, oh damn.
But don't get me wrong. I don't. I'm just wanting to understand, right? I just want to understand your thing because my thinking is the opposite. My thinking is that he is um, doing it. Whatever he's doing is for his own self interest, and
He has his own ego. He does. He's Trump. He has an ego, but I think, do you see what's going down in New York with the illegal immigrants and how they're fighting the police?
yeah, yeah. I do, and we were talking about this the other day, and but and I agree. Like that was the whole point of me talking about it. Usually, I don't talk about immigrants so much, although some of the guests do, right? And I understand that perspective because it's reasonable. Look, The reality is that immigration is a problem in the Western world. That's in NATO countries, immigration is an issue. It's not just the U.S. All the NATO countries are talking about immigration, and now the world is talking about it too, saying that okay, if you don't create these wars, then these people won't come. If you, but to some degree, I think that's a logical approach. Sometimes it is the wars, but the wars, who's creating them? And on top of it, not only that, you're going to have immigration or these kind of influxes of people just based on your wealth and your
I'm just
poverty.
you don't you don't take resources from American citizens and give them to outsiders, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, but I think there's limits. Like, you know, I put it to you this way: I don't think that the reason why the United States doesn't have stronger social services is because of a war. I don't think the United States hasn't paid reparations because African Americans for to African Americans because of a war. I don't think they make people pay for health care, pay for education because they don't have enough money. I think they can have their war and do both. I think it's a fallacy that they can't do both because it's the richest country on earth and has been and is projected to continue to be that for some time. So I think what the my view of it is the politicians, Democrats and Republicans, play a game on the American people at whereas the other NATO countries, the people aren't allowing that so easily to happen to them. So the people in other NATO countries are saying, yeah, we may not want this war, we might want this war, or we may not. But you ain't taking our social services, goddamn it. You'll be out of office
I
tomorrow.
just don't, just to
You
sum it up, because I'm so tired, I can't even get into details. But
oh
because
yeah, you
I don't want you
because
to
it's
think,
late where you at. It's
I
late
don't
where
want
you
you to
at.
think that I don't know what. Hey, good morning, pumpkin. I don't want you to
Yeah,
think
hey
I don't know
Pumpkin,
what I'm talking
Alfonso.
about, but I'll just sum it up that I don't think a lot of people don't believe that he is as bad as he was made out to be. I'll just
Right,
leave it
I got you.
at that.
Okay, okay. But look, you should come back and discuss it more. And because
I know
I
my voice getting raspy. I'm so sorry.
no, no, you it's understandable. What time is it where you
I don't even know.
at?
But I just wanted to say
Hold on.
thank you for letting me up here, and
Oh, you're
I
welcome.
can't wait to come up here and talk again. Shout out to your chat. Thank you for having me up.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hey, Root, what are you in the Midwest, Cali? Oh, damn, I didn't even. She could type it if she wanted. I wanted to know if she was in the U.S. or I mean, what part of the U.S. she was in. If it's like the West Coast, Central, or the East Coast. But in any case, we chop it up again. It was nice having her hop up, and yeah, she always got some good convo and good insight. So I appreciated that a lot today. She actually led me to this video Rue did about um, Eligio's brother saying that Eligio, the guy known as Nature Boy, who was the cult leader, who had a bunch of people under him doing all types of disgusting things to each other. People were harmed, women were beaten, men were beaten, women were raped. I think I'm not sure if there's some other allegations about some men, um, but there's a lot coming out of this. He just been convicted and doing life in prison. That's just a few weeks ago. He just got convicted, and so a lot more information is coming out about him. And so she just talked about this. I had no clue that before this, before he even had this cult, he was already committed as a child, as a young person, to a psychiatric center. Let's go listen. And hey, Pumpkin, I'm gonna drop the link. Alfonso Morris, what's up? Good to have you. Um, Alfonso says we don't need reparations. I don't know what that means, need, but you can hop up and explain it, brother. It's some people that feel, a lot of people feel that way, but I think it comes down to what that really means, like what is reparations. But it's all good. I mean, whatever somebody want to call it, let's have that talk. Nathan Roberts, you also welcome to hop up. Yeah, Pumpkin, there you go. There's the link, but back to Nature Boy now, y'all. And good morning to everybody. I know, or good night. I know the time difference can be there. I'm in Central European time, so it's 11:31 here where I am, and that would be 5:31 on the East Coast, Eastern Standard Time, USA. So hello to everybody else. But this Nature Boy conversation with his brother's going to describe him being committed to an asylum or psychiatric center before he even made this cult up. So I had no idea, but let's listen to it.
Yeah, I kind of grew up in Jersey, got adopted. My brother Renard kind of had the rest of our siblings split up, that. So, my brother and I we always fought, I kind of remember there was always a competition with him and me. But me, I'm not out. I don't do that. You feel me?
And big up to the T, who's been covering Nature Boy like crazy for her and Medea like a long period of time. So big up. Thanks for another
I love my brother. I love my family. I don't know. It's just like, I really get it. He don't really rock out like that.
Okay.
Sometimes right now.
Okay, so you are, everyone wants to know. Yes, this is MB's brother, Leonardo Bishop. Okay, King. So what I wanted to get into was, how was life growing up as children for the both of you?
Yeah, it wasn't even all that bad. You know what I mean? God fearing people that adopted us, like, my brother, like, whenever we got chastised, like, they speak as we was out of line. He thought it was those and threat. So, he'd be quick to run away. He'd always run away.
Can you speak up a little bit for me, please?
Right. Yeah, no, hey, it was like, I think he grew up pretty good, though, I graduated high school, went to college for years to change, I think overall I turned out pretty good, not too bad.
Okay, so are you and Bishop both, like, did y'all grow up in Jersey? Like, where exactly did you grow up?
Yeah, Willingboro. That's where I graduated. Willingboro High.
Okay.
Willingboro, New Jersey. I went to Willingboro High School.
Okay. Y'all, so yeah,
2003.
Right. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I got a lot of. Okay, this is where I need to be. All right, so there has been different stories and people putting out different assumptions that you guys were not really adopted. So you've already said that y'all were adopted, and you were adopted by a pretty nice family.
Yeah.
Okay, so your brother made allegations. Yes, your brother made allegations of being molested. I'm sorry, y'all, I'm a little nervous. Did you have any notion of that?
Yeah, at the time we were separated. I stayed in Jersey. He went to another part of New York. See, I was with my foster people. That's when all the time we kept running away. Then he got himself caught up. And they moved. They separated. We always be fighting. And they separated us. And at the time we separated, that's when it had happened.
Okay. And when was the last time you spoke to your brother?
Probably like half of a year ago. 6 months probably.
So when you guys last spoke, if you don't mind, can you share a little bit of that conversation?
What conversation?
The conversation that you and your brother last had, like, what was like the topic of it? Like, Did you guys talk about carbonation at all?
No. See, that's the thing with my brother. See, when I call him, he already know it's either one or two things. One, I need some money. Two, I'm gonna need some more money. That was it. So my brother, the conversation on the phone was really short with me. Because they get tight. I be like, yo, I start up like, yo, what up, bro? You good? That girl. He be like, yo, Leo, what you need? How much you need, man? How much you want? See, nah, that's the thing with you, Leo. You always call when you need something, I'll be like, nah, that's true. You know what I mean? Like, my brother was like, I just fucked up. Like, yo, I messed up right now. Can you hook me up with a couple dollars, whatever? It's like pulling teeth. It was like pulling teeth. And I was like really doing bad. I was like, I'm up there panhandling. I'm up there like really actually fucked up. I'm hearing all this news. He got hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm like, see, it's no problem with this. My brother was always like that. It was like, I don't know. I didn't care. I was like, yo, it's so good. You get over it, whatever the fuck you want.
Right.
God bless you.
So during the time, whenever he did have a communication with you, it was always about money and financial gain. You knew that you were struggling financially.
But it wasn't like every time. It was like probably like, I don't know. I be having help. Like I don't reach out just for my brother messed up. I gotta reach out to family members. Like, but I don't know. I just kind of fall short.
So has your brother ever helped you financially, knowing that sometimes you struggle? Has he ever offered any assistance to you?
Yeah, nah. Like it was a couple of times in his advantage that I could have really been owners of companies, barbershops, or franchise, whatever he had going. I mean, I don't know. Me personally, I don't know. Usually, if a father have a son, he'll leave, and the father's king. My son will be next king. So if something happened to me, God forbid, I pass. I want to leave on my legacy. My brother, nah, he left it to somebody else. You feel me? Not me. He'll probably run to a stranger faster than me. And I was like, damn, boy. I mean, there was people out there was reaching out to me like they was giving along with me better than being on my brother. I was like, yo, that's crazy, man. It's just weird. I don't know. It happens sometimes.
Right.
Skip a generation.
So your brother has made allegations in the past about being in a mental institution. Is that story actually true?
No, that is true. There's no allegation. No.
Wow.
That's real. That's real fact. He was in a mental spot. Yeah, that's true.
So how long was he? I don't really want to say locked up, but I do. How long was he in the mental? Excuse me. How long was he in the mental institution?
I can't even lie. I really don't know the exact date, but probably a year, probably.
Wow.
About 2 years. Yeah. And like just bouncing around, and I just saw them transform. I was just wow.
So,
but here I am.
Do you know what he was diagnosed with before going in?
Yeah, both of us had attention deficit disorder, ADHD, active. No, I think I had hyperactive attention deficit disorder. He just had attention deficit disorder. Some more other shit. I don't know.
Okay. And his real name is, in fact, Eligio Bishop, right?
Eligio Prada Bishop.
Eligio Prada Bishop?
Yes.
Well, y'all heard that.
My last name is Covington. I got my mother's last name. He got his father's last name. My name is, I'm Leonardo Covington Bishop. So I got adopted. Both of us got adopted. So our last names changed. His name was Prada. My name was Covington. So all of a sudden, both our last names turned to bishops.
Okay.
I don't know. I like my last name, Covington. I like my mother's last name. Prada. That kind of just reminds me of a shoe. Or you feel me, like something expensive, like a clothing line.
Right.
No, I found out my father had a lot of money. Yo, our father had like over 100,000 stuffed in a recliner. You know me? He was a merchant seaman, and facts.
So you all have the same parents, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And
same mom, different dads, because the rest of our siblings, different dads. See, Tanya, Nisha, Demetrius, they got 2 different dads. Like, got a different dad. See, me and Lee, we got the same.
I'm curious if that's all he was diagnosed with, ADHD, and if that's the case, it's interesting if he was misdiagnosed. I'm curious about that, but that's just a thought. So apparently his brother confirms that Eligio was in a psychiatric program or asylum, excuse me, for about a year, give or take. That's what he said. And if anybody knows what he was diagnosed as having, then that would be great to know. That would be great to know. But it has been confirmed just here. His brother just said it. This was up on the Tees Network. Let me see. What was the date on this, man? Because I didn't even. This is some time ago. Obviously, look, 1 year ago, his brother said that. So this is after he was locked up, and then I guess his brother spoke out. I wonder what that's like. I mean, not that I ever want to find out, but what is that like to be locked up and then your brother speaks out? It doesn't sound like their relationship was that close. I guess that's how he's describing it. He said that his conversations weren't long. They were just about money, needing help, send me some money, this kind of situation. But let me play some more here.
Same guy.
Okay, and while we're speaking about parents, if you don't mind, Eligio has said that you guys grew up with, a mother who was addicted, and how was life growing up with your mother who had drug problems?
I don't even know my mom and dad. I don't even know. All I know is the bishops, the people that adopted us.
Wow.
I don't remember. I don't know my parents. I only saw a picture of him. So
Oh.
I never knew my parents. I never met them. I was too young. So, all I remember just being going to foster home. That's all I remember. And his ass is right next to me.
Oh. Okay, yes, because he's made claims. Yeah,
he told him about different stories, but it was
Wow, yeah, because he's made claims that Like, he was actually subjected to your mom's drug abuse, and he actually saw that growing up.
What you doing in the bathroom? Hey, let me hit that part, baby. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that he's actually alluded.
I never knew. I'm sorry?
I was just saying that he has actually alluded to the fact that he was subjectified to your mom's a supposed drug use, and that he actually grew up in that life before, you know, the adoption took place.
Nah.
Wow.
Nah.
Okay.
We grew up in church. Come on, man. Cleaning the church, cutting grass, shoveling snow, raking leaves, washing cars, washing vans. You know better than that. Like, come on, man. You don't know about those drugs. But why? He's going to blame it on our parents. It's okay. Our parents, my mom, I heard in a write-up she was doing drugs, smoking crack. I heard my dad drink. I heard my dad, he was drinking extra dry gin, cigarettes. You don't blame it on them, Dev. I don't let it affect me. I don't care. I know I got a problem. I know something wrong with me, but I mean, I ain't that off. Like, shit.
Oh wow. Okay, so how do you actually feel?
There's the voting service in church every Sunday. I'm talking about every Sunday. Sound like you around drugs? No. Nope. Meeting in church, like cleaning up the church, always in church, going to school. What? Drugs? My brother's delusional, man.
Wow.
Bishops do not know nothing about no drugs.
Oh.
And me, on the other hand, I know all of them.
Okay. Okay, so your brother. Okay, so many people have the question: was he really in the army? Like, was he?
Yeah. He was in the army. He was enlisted. He got an honorable discharge. Discharge his ass.
He got dishonorable or honorable discharge?
Trying to get me to go to the military.
Wait, hold on, wait. You said he got dishonorable discharge or honorable discharge?
Dishonorable.
Oh.
Yeah, get out of here. Nah. He was trying to get me to go to the army. I'm not going to nobody's army. Not there.
Okay. How old is your brother, to be exact?
37.
Okay. And do you know when?
Only a year apart.
Do you know? We have a question. Do you know exactly when you guys' mother passed?
No, I just kind of got somebody to send me a birth certificate. The young lady, I think Jasmine, she reached out and found my mother, my real parents, birth certificates. So that was a blessing.
Oh, okay. Okay. And Bishop, I'm just saying made allegations because I'm not really sure what's true and what's not. So he's made allegations that he was actually in prison before also.
Ain't no prison. Look, he's not even a felon.
Oh.
Probably now he is, but like when I was coming up, nah. He was only, if anything, he went to jail. Jail is not prison. Jail, slap on the wrist, get locked up a couple of hours and let you out. Prison, 23-hour lockdown. No, none of that. Never been in prison. Never did no hard time. He was just in a old boys group home type shit. Like, you know, one of them bad, you think you bad facilities, like put all the bad kids there, let them wake up 5 o'clock in the morning, running laps, doing push-ups like that. One of them, like, prison is different. Like, it's not jail. Prison is not jail.
Okay. Yeah, y'all. He said that he got this
My brother exaggerates. You know, I mean, he's gonna probably, you know, put more on top than more than what he really needs. Like,
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, y'all. He said that he got dishonorable discharge because he was crying, saying that he wanted to leave and he could not handle it. So that's why he got dishonorable discharge. Okay.
You couldn't take the army.
Okay, so well, my next question was going to be how long was he locked up for, but you said he did no hard time.
Yo, wow. He didn't do no hard time.
Okay, no hard time.
Get about it.
Okay, so how do you, being that you know so much about him, like what kind of child was he growing up?
After the bishops, like, man, started off cool, like, then the bishops, they started whipping up the belts, and, like, he just went that way.
So even as a child, did he ever display anything that was concerning, that would be something that would be concerning to someone?
Yeah, the bishops, yeah, running away, it's just retarded to me. I don't know. I didn't mind, like, getting my ass beat up if I did something wrong or, chastise me. Only God loved the ones who he chastised. So I didn't take it as a bad note. I was like, I don't have to do that no more because I can't sit down.
Okay, did the popes come before or after the bishops? Hold on, y'all.
Hey, Donnie, I don't know if you ever heard this before, but this is Eligio Bishop's brother talking about Eligio's childhood. And so far, he said that he was admitted to a psychiatric center or someplace like that for like a year when he was younger. And then they also say that he wasn't really in jail. So, but he was in the military. But his brother says that his parents weren't not on drugs. I don't know. So some of the things he's confirming, about Eligio's childhood, he's confirming, and some of the things he's not. But I'm trying to find Eligio talking about his own childhood, because obviously something was there. Something ain't happened right, But let's go.
Okay. Come on, Loretta. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said, did the popes come before or after the bishops?
You said before or after what?
Did the popes come before or after the bishop?
It was like after.
Okay.
It just kind of went haywire after. Like with the bishops, it was like a different. It turned to a different person. And then after all that stuff, we got separated. I stayed. And I was going back and forth to New York, to Jersey. They were just, I guess, testing us out. Then I stayed in Jersey, and he went the other way. And all right, that's how that. That's that.
So do you think that? So do you think that the popes had anything to do with the violation or the molestation that he said that he went through?
Yeah, that was like, that probably took a toll on, I think that would probably take a toll on anybody. I'm sorry that happened, but I don't know. It was just like, wow, fucked up.
Wow.
I'm sad that happened to him.
Or the...
That's how that. That's that.
So do you think that? So do you think that the popes had anything to do with the violation or the molestation that he said that he went through?
Yeah, that was like, that probably took a toll on, I think that would probably take a toll on anybody. I'm sorry that happened.
So he's confirming that his brother. I don't know how he's confirming it, but he's confirming that. I guess he at least believes that his brother's story about being molested by his foster parents, the bishops, yeah, may have happened. So yeah, just for people to know.
I don't know. It was just like, wow, fucked up.
Wow.
I'm sad that happened to him. I would have turned out to be a different person. But
yeah.
I don't know. So the Lord's hands me up.
So.
But that's fine.
So did he have have you ever known for your brother to be sexually active with animals?
Well, yeah. Really, actually, I really can't say anything about that. I really can't. Animals.
Well, I'm asking because he's made statements before.
I don't know a little about that. Yo, lady, fucking yo, ass. I'm sorry, God. Yeah, my image so stepped up. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay, and how do you feel about your brother now running what people perceive as a sex cult?
Listen, man, God bless him. And this guy, God bless him. I really don't have enough time. He's gonna do his own thing. It's his own. I'm not a hater. Do your thing. Whatever you're doing, just keep doing it. And God bless you. And that about it. I don't got nothing to do with that. Listen.
Well, you don't have to have anything to do with it, but of course, he has a following, and a lot of people definitely have their
doing it all for clout.
So do you think that this whole cult thing was a part of your brother's plan to be famous? Like, did he ever seem seeking of a lot of attention?
I think, yeah, I think that's what it is, attention. I guess attention with the bishops, I guess that wasn't enough, so he kind of, I don't know, it just kind of, I think so. You got to be in the center. See me, I'm in the cut. I like to be in there. I know when to, pipe it up for people, But, yeah, I don't want to control nobody. I'm not here to, I'm just socializing, big up people. But him, nah. He's going to tell you what to do, what's good for you, whether you like it or not. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's okay.
I got to take my medicine. I got to take my medicine. I can't take it. Sorry.
Okay.
Yo, hey. Yeah, I'm in.
Okay, so would you see your brother, or do you see him in the light of a Messiah?
Listen, my brother don't know his elbow from his asshole. Listen. Y'all talking about? Listen, he got y'all thinking it's not it. That is definitely not it. That's not it.
Okay, people want to know, did he really did Bishop really own the shop that he said that he owned, the barber shop?
No, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Bishop, HD cut, sorry. Yeah. I was sleeping in the back of the shop. I know that. I was living in the back of the shop, sweeping up here for tips and running errands for people. I know that's true. He gave a barbershop the Lex. He sold it. Gave it the Lexus. Yup. I was in Atlanta with him. My sister died. I came straight to New York. How do I know that? Because I know he drove me all the way from Atlanta to New York. With his baby mama, my nephew, and her kids.
Okay, have you, we all know that your brother has children, that he's left in the States. Have you been able to be in contact with any of your nieces or nephews?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I always stay in contact with them.
Oh, that's a blessing.
Always. Of course. Some family, shit like that.
That's a blessing.
See, I'm not worried about him as much. Nah. That's a grown ass man. Look, I'm gonna take care of my nieces, my nephews. You know what I mean? Like, I got one more sister left. I mean, got one more brother out there somewhere. Just, I don't know, God bless it. So, I just like my family was just broken because once the parents passed away, you know, it's like parents passed away, the kids split up, focus foster care, anything's liable to happen.
Right.
So I mean, I don't know. And listen, thank y'all so much for really actually listening and opening up, and really actually we gotta do this some more, you know.
Okay. Can anyone else that's in the call, can y'all come in if y'all have anything else to say? I think he needs to go so he can take care of his business. Anyone in the chat with me right now?
Hey, Leonardo, this is great. We really appreciate your time and you being so open and so transparent with everything we've asked you. We really appreciate that.
Thank you. My pleasure.
I think he needs to go so he can take care of his business. Anyone in the Lurker? Right now.
I want to just say thank you.
Oh, man, definitely. Thank you. Listen, ladies, y'all keep the good work. Y'all proud of y'all, man. Y'all just be going inside this year, man. Every year it's like, you know.
Yeah, look, y'all. I'm not trying to take all of his time. Okay, I have one more question because I know you're trying to go. Were you around when your brother was stripping, and were you around when he was in that lifestyle?
For a second, yeah. You know what I mean? He took me over to the club where he was at. It was like, man, homosexuals out there. It was like, I mean, I was in like the heart of the city of Atlanta. I saw it. I was like, wow. Like, this is the shit that my brother was in. You feel me? Like, wow.
Everyone's asking. Okay, I have two more. I have two more questions, please, if you don't mind, and then I'm going to let you go. Everyone keeps bringing it up, but they want to know: do you know if your brother has HIV or AIDS?
Yeah. I really don't know his circumstances.
Yeah, see, I figured you wouldn't know, y'all. That's why I didn't ask, but I didn't want nobody hopping in my inbox asking, you know, like, why didn't you ask him, y'all? People do not know about their family members' sexual. I don't know, like, yeah, like, you don't know that type of stuff, y'all. It's not like, no. So just stop asking that.
You know, the results.
Correct.
Now, because I think that's really, really important too as well. You gotta take care of yourself, man. You know. Like, God bless.
Does anyone else in this, y'all, on Zoom, do y'all have anything else? Because I'm going to close it out.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, King. So I just want to say thank you so much for just taking this time to speak with us. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we did post
his PayPal and also a Cash App for any type of love offerings or whatever. We just want to let him know that even though we do looking at the people that do watch him supports him, his brother, and that we just really appreciate that you just took the time away from your family to talk with us. So thank you so much, King. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and I want to follow up with we would definitely like to do this again. Definitely.
All right, you ready? Okay, so in the last interview, we left off with your return to Atlanta. And you mentioned that you were actually living in the barber shop that your brother owned. Is there any reason why you weren't living in the home with him?
No, definitely. I was kicked out. He kicked me out.
Oh, so was there any reason for that, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. In my brother's eyes, I don't know. Shit that the things that me and you probably be like, we overlook.
Mm-hmm.
He'll go inside of it. He'll bury the barricades. He'll bury the hatchet with the shit. So that means I will never hear the end of the shit. Like, I don't even remember. It was probably something stupid and silly. The first time I got out there in Atlanta, Georgia, with my brother, I was macking. He introduced me to everybody in the barbershop. Everybody was like, "Yo, Leo, brother here, da-da-da." And like, I don't know, this shit kind of been left, and it always does. And I expect shit to go left because it's only a history. I don't know. I really don't know. It's like nitpicking. It's like I can't do anything correct. I can't do no right. I just do wrong sometimes. So that's why probably maybe it wasn't even that. Maybe he never really kind of got along with me. I don't know, but I don't know. I really don't remember why. And I started living in the back of the barbershop, but it wasn't like I kidnapped his wife and children, or it wasn't nothing crazy. Like, it wasn't nothing that you see on the news and niggas get bodied or locked up, or it was something stupid, petty, or probably left the washing machine top open or something. I don't remember. I don't know, but I was down in Atlanta though with him.
Right. So there was just always a conflict of interest and lifestyles when it came down to you and your brother.
Correct.
Okay. So when you were actually living in the barbershop, was there ever a time, where he wanted to actually show you the craft of, being a barber so you can, make your own finances and actually...
Yeah, no, definitely. He showed me, and I took it, and I kind of ran with it. And like when I started doing it without their permission, then I started getting in trouble. But it was like kind of smoldering at me. They're like, since I'm living in there, and somebody wake up before everybody else, and I'm the only one in there, and I open the door for them. Now I start cutting their hair. They look on the camera and see me cut somebody's hair, and I'm the only one there since I lived there. Then it was a problem. It was like, so I really kind of fell back. Then I got on my own lane and started drawing people's pictures, whatever they want me to draw from on T-shirts or whatever. And then that's how I started making my money.
Right.
A little turkey, whatever. Yep.
Okay, so... when you returned to Atlanta, we all know that your brother got into dancing and the porn business. Was he already in that lifestyle when you returned? No. He was not already in that lifestyle at all. It was just something that he probably just picked up, like it was a trick that he picked up while he was just out there in the world. Like, you feel me? Right.
Which is natural. We all pick up habits, and some people take it or cut it off more than others, and that's what it is. So he did his little stripper thing, and to me, it was all a phase. It was a phase. I was just a point in my time in my brother's life that's what he wanted to experience, and it is what it is.
Right. So,
we never grew up on shit like that. Nah, you just picked that up yourself, or like if you was around, or that's about it. And besides, you're in Atlanta, so come on, think about it.
All right. So, do you think that it was just the money that drove him to that lifestyle, or was it really just something that he was fascinated with doing?
Yeah, no, I probably think it was both. If you ask me, I'm his brother. I think it was both. It was the lifestyle, the money, and something that he was just into. I mean, besides, if somebody's into something, there's no one on earth can tell them that this is what they're not gonna do. They're gonna do it. Doesn't matter. Feel me? When you can lock them up. Like, yo, don't do that no more. As soon as you lock them up and you let them out, they're gonna do the same thing. So it was really actually basically is based on his he did that himself.
Right. Okay, so during your brother's time in dancing, you mentioned that he would take you to some of the clubs that he danced at.
Right.
And
I went to like a couple with him. But I really actually just like, that's not really my cup of tea. It's not really my so I'll probably just kind of distance myself as usual. Like if I'm not into it, or if it's not like women, or it's just like nothing but homo. So I'm not gonna be around. I'm not going that way. So that's when I did kind of leave and do my own thing. I linked up with a little girl, whatever, like that.
Right. Okay, you guys, if anyone is streaming this, you are not allowed to stream this while we are live. Thank you. So I know that he took you to some of the clubs, but did you ever see him interact with any of the LGBT community, or anything like that? Did you ever see anything that was kind of alarming to you in that in that process?
It was probably it was probably like a couple of his homeboys. And they was doing the same thing he was in, so I never really paid no attention. So I was just happy to be in Atlanta, like, yo, just get out of New York for a little bit. You feel me? I wasn't even paying attention to my brother, but I found out what he was into. I was like, yo, shit, to each his own. I ain't a hater, go ahead, do your thing, player. You feel me? I wasn't trying to get to know nobody personally or none of that. Like, I'm just happy to, be with my brother. You feel me?
Right. And I'm not really sure if you are aware or not, but have you ever met Mike Brown?
Yes, I did. I met him.
Oh, okay. So
I met Mike Brown. He brought him to the barbershop like a couple times, cut his hair. Yes.
Oh, so did you what was the status of their relationship, if you don't mind me asking?
I think they was really pretty close from my standpoint. From outside looking at it, it was pretty tight, closer than me and him should have been. Like, me and my brother should have been tight, because that's my brother. But he got real close. But like I was saying before, there'll always probably be a perfectly stranger that, he'll adapt to, or I bet you he'll go to Mike Brown before he will for some advice to me. Leo, man, listen, I'm having a hard time, man. You wouldn't call me, he'll probably call them or somebody, one of his little stripper friends, or me like that. Like,
okay. So so you did kind of feel like there was something. Well, no, what I'm asking is, did you feel like there was something more to their relationship than just a friendship?
Yeah, I really asked you, like, they like really kind of a little too close. They're in a relationship type shit. Like, that's what happened. That he was moving. Like, but me, on the outside looking in, it was like, I just, hey, do your thing, man. Go ahead, do your thing. I ain't like,
Like, it was just you could kind of feel, right.
I'm over here observing. I don't know what the fuck is going on. You heard?
Right. I get what you absolutely. So
but I did like in a relationship type shit, like on some friendship, like, yeah, I think there was like a little bit
too close.
close.
Yeah, okay.
Like, next, a little bit too close.
So, another question that I wanted to ask was, before your brother actually went into the porn business, did he actually talk to you about, this is what he's going to do, or, you know what I'm saying?
It goes back to what I was just telling you. He didn't go to a perfect stranger before he go to me. So, I mean, I was never in the equation of me even like, nah, hell no. You know what I would have told him? Like, come on, man, are you serious?
Right. So you most definitely.
I like females strip, go to college, try to pay their tuition. I get that. But you a whole nigga, like, yo. All right, well, hey, listen, do your thing. Well, like, if he did even bother to even ask me about that shit, like, nah, never did. I didn't care though. Hey, he's grown. Everybody's grown. Like, yo, you make your own decisions. You just gotta live with your consequences.
Right. So, do you know how Mike Brown and your brother actually met? Was it at the barbershop?
Nah, way before then. Way before, like, you already know him. I don't know how, but you already know him.
Oh, so they were pretty close.
Yeah.
Oh.
He introduced him to me. Like, yo, this is my brother, da-da-da. It was like, yeah, what's going on, da-da-da. Like, short, yellow cat, little real light-skinned, real kind of, like, a business-oriented with the suitcase and suits and, like, it was like, I ain't hating on nobody. I don't do those. But I'm just saying, it was like, I just thought they was a little bit too close.
I guess. Okay, so, and I hate to kind of get into this, but how did it really make you feel internally that your brother was headed down this path in his life?
Come on, man. It's like fucking 100,000 thunderbolts hit my heart at the same time, like in this file, because he's gonna do what he want to do, and I think it really has something to do with me personally. I never really told my brother this. My brother really probably we don't talk at all really like that. But I just kind of think it's like when it happened, when we got split up, and it happened.
Right. Okay, so
that's why it's the only thing I can come up with. Like, and then, like, yeah.
Okay, when your brother was in that, right? When your brother was in that lifestyle, was he in a relationship at the time, or was he single?
He was single. He was definitely Swell Oaks. Believe me, I know that.
Okay, so when did the situation between him and Maisha happen?
Oh yeah, Maisha, that's my girl. And this is one of his baby mothers. She get along with me better than she do with her own baby daddy. That's crazy.
Right. Well, you did mention that you were still in contact with your nephews.
Oh yeah. I was right there. I was living with them.
Oh.
In New York. I was living with my brother, Maisha, and her children, and my brother's child that he had with her. So we was there. We was there.
Right.
I got a chance to meet his other baby mama, sister-in-law. Then got EJ, got Osiris, and then he just started having babies in other countries and shit. That's why I don't know.
Right. So, were you around when he physically assaulted Maisha?
Yeah, no, that's right. I was there.
And how did that make you feel?
I had to beat my brother up for putting his hands on her.
So, wait. You were there when the altercation was happening?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
And it was not only on one occasion. I don't know what occasion you're talking about, but one of the occasions when I was there, I was physically there. And yeah, me and my brother got into it. But my brother,
So he says he beat up his brother on more than one occasion when his brother was assaulting one of the girls.
He's not like that. Yes.
Were you around when he physically assaulted Maisha?
Yeah, also no, that's right. I was there.
And how did that make you feel?
I had to beat my brother up for putting his hands on her.
So wait. You were there when the altercation was happening?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
And it was not only on one occasion. I don't know what occasion you're talking about, but one of the occasions when I was there, I was physically there. And yeah, me and my brother got into it. But my brother, he's not like that.
Right.
He's not like that. I mean, he's not gonna stand up and go square one-on-one with another nigga. I mean, yeah, he's probably out of fear. I don't know.
Y'all hear that? He ain't gonna square up and go one-on-one with another dude. He's not like that. That's what he just said.
That makes you feel.
It makes sense, but hey. My view is if you're beating up on women, then you're probably not gonna have much for dudes.
Oh.
In New York, I was living with my brother, Maisha, and her children. And my brother's child that he had with her. So, we was there. We was there.
Right.
I got a chance to meet his other baby mama, sister-in-law, then got EJ, got Osiris, and then he just started having babies in other countries and shit. That's why I don't know.
Right. So, were you around when he physically assaulted Maisha?
Yeah, also no, that's right. I was there.
And how did that make you feel?
I had to beat my brother up for putting his hands on her.
So, wait. You were there when the altercation was happening?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
And it was not only on one occasion. I don't know what occasion you're talking about, but one of the occasions when I was there, I was physically there. And yeah, me and my brother got into it. But my brother, he's not like that.
Right.
He's not like that. I mean, he's not gonna stand up and go square one-on-one with another nigga. I mean, yeah, he's probably out of fear. I don't know. Well, unless I force him to.
Yeah.
You better beat his ass. If you don't beat their ass, I'm gonna beat your ass. You like that when my movie's coming up. That's how I was raised. I'm not no punching bag. Like, nah, I'm not doing that.
So he most definitely is not right.
I heard him and her get into it. I could be the mediator. I try to get in the middle of it. Like, yo, listen, both of y'all need to calm down. Lee, you out of line. For real, you were really out of pocket right now. It's a woman, and she got her kids in the house along with your child that you had along with her. So I was always there, and you can even ask her to this day, Maisha, and another one that's baby mom, I forgot her name, but yeah. But then they just cut them off, like, feel me?
Correct. So I just kind of went blank for a second. Okay, so back to Mike Brown, if you don't mind me asking.
I know, it's mind-blowing, I know.
Do you think that there's a possibility that Mike Brown and your brother may still have communication to this day?
Of course, no doubt.
Oh, wow. Even all that they've been through or everything that has transpired and has happened,
Hey, you already should know that already. You already know. Like they said, once you go black, you don't go back.
Yeah.
Not that I have anything to do with the conversation, but it is what it is. I'm pretty sure he does, though.
Right. So there's been.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Because he was my brother's anchor. He was like, told me he would reach out to Mike, like, Mike told me a story where he was locked up in Mexico and was crying and spitting up at him on the phone, talking about, get me out of here, bail me out. And that's what he did. And I'm telling you guys. So there's no doubt in my mind he has no contact with this guy.
Right. So there's most definitely, from your perspective, they are still in contact. Mike Brown still financially supports your brother.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to my brother in, I don't know, like, for some time now, but I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah, man. Because, I saw it my own self. I was like, yeah, there's something up with them. But it's okay, though. It's okay. It's to each his own. Like, you know what I mean? Shit, you go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to do mine. There was never a competition between me and my brother or, you know, none of that. Not to me.
Okay, can you ever recall a time where your brother may have been physically abusive to children?
I don't know. You probably have to, I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, do you think that your brother has that capability of, you know, like, doing something like that?
Of course, no doubt. I think anybody would. Because it's a child. Like, come on, the child can't defend itself. Like, come on, the child ain't going to beat your ass. It's a baby. So, of course. Of course, the devil's going to have the upper hand, of course.
Oh, wow. So when you guys were raised up, you mentioned that y'all were raised up in the church and, you know, pretty good kids. But your brother told a story where he was kind of like a in the streets type of guy, and he used to beat people up and smack people up, and, you know, everybody feared him and people were scared of him. Is that true?
Nah, I wouldn't say that. Nah, you know, my brother could probably fabricate.
Mm-hmm.
Nah. My brother was never a bully. It was just direct the opposite of that. I mean, we grew up, like, you know, defending ourselves type of shit, like, but this point, beating up randomly, nah, you can stop up myself. Come on, man. You assault somebody, you go life. But coming up, my brother, hell nah. You just run away. The bishop said, spank our ass. You'll run away. I don't. It was never. I remember one went to the park. He thought he was gonna get jumped, but it was only a bully. It was a real bully.
Right.
And it was surrounding him. Everybody, all my dogs, me and my friend, we were playing basketball in the court. And somebody was like, "Hey, yo, Leo, that's your brother over there." I looked up. I saw him, then I ran over. And it was like an ass of people like surrounding him. So when I ran up the court, everybody on the basketball court just ran behind me and started running with me. So when everybody started running down on him, people over there around my brother started backing up, like, oh shit, like, then I ran over there, like, yo, what the fuck is up, Leo? What's going on?
Right.
He's like, yo, they trying to jump me. I was like, true? Trying to jump my brother. They like, nah, Leo, no, we ain't trying to jump him. Maury want to fight him one-on-one. I said, who? Maury, he was like one of the kids in our school. He was a bully, little fat, light-skinned cat.
Right.
I said, who this nigga? So before I get beat, I kind of snuffed him and pow. I hit the kid, I hit the bully, and he hit the ground on the grass and started rolling over. And everybody started jumping on top of him, kicking him, beating him up, like jumping him, whatever. But I was the first one that punched the shit out of Maury. Because he was a bully. I never paid him no attention, but, I mean, that's facts. I asked my brother that. He remembered that.
Right. So your brother also mentioned that he had a skin condition growing up as a child. Is that true?
Skin condition? The niggas is black as molasses. Like, come on, man, stop. There ain't no skin condition.
What
God made us perfect the way we are. Ain't no skin condition. You just gotta wash your ass. So more, that's about it. I don't know where that came from. Skin condition.
Well,
Michael Jackson?
well, he. I'm sorry. Well, he you know,
I'm sorry.
well, people have brought up the lesions and stuff that we see on his skin, and he was saying that he has a skin condition. But if you go back and look at some of his older pictures, you know, his skin is very clear, it's very clean, and now it's kind of like
recently that he has all these marks on his body.
Yeah.
As recently, all right, because coming up with my brother, ain't none of that. Stop. The bishops, the people that adopted us, have beating our ass like men, be grown men and be adults and be young men and treat women correctly. Make sure we jump in the shower, throw a little bleach in our water, make sure we wash our ass, all that. So being dirty is not even a question to this day. So I mean, at least not for me. I can't be stinking.
Yeah, Nathan, we could talk about anything. It doesn't really matter. It's open panel today. I was just reviewing something that was brought to my attention about this person named Eligio Bishop, or Eligio Bishop, and AKA Nature Boy, who was a cult leader of the Carbon Nation, who has just been incarcerated for rape and other crimes associated with that a few weeks ago. So, but now I'm going to just play one more video. Since I stopped this one, folks can check this out. Let me just put this in the chat again. This is on the T's network, so everybody can check it out. The T, and I didn't actually see this one before. I didn't know that he had a brother. I didn't know about his upbringing, but apparently he had a rough upbringing. You know, abuse within his family, adopted family, or foster family, I guess you could say. He was in the foster system, so that kind of correlates with a lot of, you know, you can understand if things don't go right there, that could create a lot of trauma in somebody's life. But not making excuses for him. I think he's where he needs to be. He's out of control, and he needs some help, some psychological help, and hopefully he gets that, and you know, and gets fixed, because life can be fucked up. You know, life can be fucked up, and he's hurt a lot of people. So, but here's the thing, just to show you the severity of this guy. One of the members of his cult. This is her right here. This is one of the members. Tried to stab and kill her own mother. Here it is.
Dude, news at 11.
I felt like I needed to heal. I felt like I had a lot of mommy issues. I had a lot of daddy issues.
The Cape Coral woman accused of stabbing and killing her own mother used to be in a cult.
21-year-old Mariah Kelly is now at the Lee County Jail, but back in January, she joined Carbon Nation. You're watching NBC2 News at 11. I'm Lisa Spooner.
And I'm Peter Bush. This cult was known for polygamy and nudity. NBC2's Nestor Montoya is uncovering how Kelly went from cult member to accused killer.
We confirmed from one of Carbon Nation's leaders that Mariah Kelly left them after only 2 weeks in the cult. He described her as eccentric, but never imagined that she was capable of such heinous violence that landed her in jail, now facing a homicide charge.
I think Carbon Nation was just a little bit too extreme for me.
21-year-old Mariah Kelly opening up in this video about leaving the Carbon Nation cult.
Like, a lot of my demons came out, and I was able to, you know, realize that there were certain things that I was running away from and I needed to face.
Months later, Mariah now seen in a green smock, appearing before a judge after she's accused of killing her mother, 37-year-old Melissa Kelly West.
This wasn't in the realm of what could possibly happen. How could this have happened?
Healthy people don't usually join cults.
Psychologist Dr. Laura Streifler says while the cult could have played a role, past trauma is more likely.
It seems like the issues here were much bigger and much more lifelong than just spending 2 weeks in a cult.
In Mariah's candid Carbon Nation tell-all, she revealed signs of a troubled past.
I had been like super crazy. I was so crazy, had a lot of emotional issues. I had been in a couple mental institutions.
Kelly now locked up in jail. her mother gone, and Kelly's own young daughter facing years without hers.
So I was like, I'm just going to take some time away and I'm going to heal and I'm going to be back for her because my daughter deserves unconditional love and she deserves a mother.
And Mariah remains in custody on a $250,000 bond amount. One of those cult leaders denied any responsibility for her actions. Kelly's family was unavailable for comment. I'm live outside the Lee County Jail tonight. Nestor Montoya, NBC2.
Her family not being available for comment is very wise because, yo, what can you say? What can you say to make this kind of craziness better for anybody? Can you add more details to it? Can you, I don't know, but in my view, silence would be good on something like this because it's not going to get any better. If you want to kind of protect your, I don't know, protect others in your family. But anyway, it's not every day people keep, decline to speak after people do crazy shit. Today, you're living in the days where people actually go to social media and tell you, yeah, I did this fucked up shit. Of course I did it. And this is why. And I do it again. It's terrible. It's terrible. This is the day of cell phones where they record somebody getting their ass beat and don't even try to help them. They'll watch all kinds of. These are some strange days and times, but in any case, folks, I don't know if probably plenty of you all have not caught the beginning of the episode, but we started off the day with communication, the essentials in communication, and how good communication opens paths to a lot of good things and spaces and realities that people may not have thought. And bad communication kind of stifles a lot of possibilities, stifles a lot of things you could do. I mean, can you imagine a whole community of people that communicate poorly? What would come out of that? Communicate poorly with each other. I mean, just imagine what could come out of that. Not a lot. So we discussed that, and then Root came up and she dropped some bombs. She understood what I was saying, and she like carried that talk on. Like she broke that down in some ways. It's good to have people give you feedback and to kind of say things in their own way. I mean, and it was interesting hearing her throw that information or those ideas back in my face in a clear manner, in a way to let me know, like, damn, she gets it. And then she kind of took me a little bit further than I would have gone because she had a little more clarity, it seemed like, about some things. For me, of course, I'm speaking about some things that I encounter. And I think for her, she's seen these things long ago and kind of roots them out very early to keep a distance, or to keep a healthy distance, you could say, And yeah, so that was that conversation. And then it led into Trump. That was a surprise, y'all. Somebody likes Trump. I mean, Rue likes Trump. Todd likes Trump. There's a lot of people that seem to like Trump. Now, I understand why they do on some level. Don't get me wrong. That's not hard to understand because it's pretty straightforward. But I don't necessarily think Trump is a safe person, and I don't like Trump. Not that I like Biden, but I think Biden is a little more comprehensive. Like the party itself, like, is stronger. The Democratic Party, in terms of comprehensive planning, that is like detailed planning that goes deep into the roots of the fabric of society, versus like Trump is kind of like, in my view, superficial. Superficial. What else? Surface level. Nathan, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Where you from, Nathan?
I'm from originally from New York.
Okay, New York State or New York City, or where? The state?
The city area.
Oh, really? You from the city? damn, you don't sound like a New Yorker, man.
Well, that's because I was born there, but I lived across the state for half of my life. So, as I said, from there, but I didn't live there my entire life.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Yeah, I mean that's how it is. A lot of people, But what's on your mind today, man? What brought you up on the panel?
Oh shit, man! I was just looking for streams that was live at this type of time of the night because it was a couple hours ago I was looking, and I just saw your channel, and I was like, yeah, I never saw that before, so let me listen into what they're talking about here.
Oh, there you
So
go.
I got to catch a little bit of the conversation,
Mhm.
such as when you guys were talking about the Trump, and then you talked about this guy, Nature Boy.
Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I don't know a whole lot about the character, but I've certainly heard the name thrown about, throughout the community because I'm familiar with the group called the Hebrew Israelites, right? The
Oh
One West
really?
Israelites. And they talk about this guy sometimes. They make mentions of this guy, Nature Boy. So I've heard the name before, but I
Oh
never
really?
really looked into his, teachings and stuff like that.
Okay, okay, sure. Go ahead. Continue. Tell me why. That's interesting, man. I mean, so some Hebrew Israelites, and they talk about Nature Boy, or is this? Are you inside of like? Do you know personally, or you hear them on the street talking about him, or?
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't say that I'm a member of any of these groups, but they know about me.
Okay.
Like say for instance, I don't know if you know about the One West Hebrew Israelites, but it was a group from
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the '60s, and
yeah,
then they
yeah.
broke off onto smaller groups today. So you have like
Exactly.
groups that call themselves like there's one group called Zakari, another group called GMS,
Hmm.
IUIC, and ISUPK, among a few others out there. And those are
ICJ.
ones that, yeah, they broke off from the
Yeah.
original One West school back from the '60s. But
Hmm.
some of these camps, they mention this guy, Nature Boy, but they criticize him. So it's not like they're, going along with what he says. They mention
Right.
him to criticize what he's saying.
Right. I got you. I got you. Okay, but it is interesting to know that they talk about him. I mean, because I haven't heard many of them talk about him. But then again, I don't follow them so much. I
You
don't.
know about those groups, though, right? You know
But
the
I
groups
do. I
I'm
do.
talking
I
about, right?
do. I'm from the U.S., but I live in Europe, right? I live in
Yeah,
Denmark, Copenhagen, but I'm born and raised from Washington D.C. So, and I'm in my 50s, so I know I left. I moved out of the U.S. in my 30s, but
right.
lived about in New York and DC. I'm from DC, but I also like New York's like a second home. You see what I mean? So I spent a lot of time in New York, so I know about these groups, and I started off having some respect for them. Number one, right? Because as a younger man, sometimes you want to hear some superficial things that stand out to you and kind of make sense, but then when you take a look closer, and it's not just them, by the way. This is not something just about them, because you could have this experience about numerous different groups, right? um, when you start talking and discussing with them and getting the idea of what they more closely believe and their understanding of things, sometimes you see holes in what's going on. And for me, I didn't have any bad intent, but therefore they kind of opened themselves up, and I was able to learn. Then I was able to see some holes I didn't, that to me was like, whoa, you need to what like you know maybe begin to think about them a little bit differently than you once previously had. So
Right.
I was able to see some troubling things going on. My spider senses went up, you know what I mean? and
Right,
for,
right. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
yeah, you know. And so, after that, I didn't deal with this type of group personally anymore. But then years later, decades so later, some time later, as a grown man, I can look at it differently and see, like, wait a second, now I know what was up. Now I know what was, the gig is up, basically, you know.
Yeah,
And
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
yeah, but I do think that I have this basic philosophy in that it's like no matter what somebody's beliefs are or how they come into different religions, you could say, however you want to argue that word, religion or cult or just groups, right? That there's inside of these groups, there's good and there's bad people, period. And you just got to be mindful of that to make sure you also don't undermine your own way of being. You see what I mean? Like,
Right.
I don't think you should just generalize every Hebrew or Israelite as being the same. And
Right.
but I don't agree with all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Either there's some flat out things that all of them can say, and I just won't agree with it. Period. But it doesn't mean we can't dialogue. You see what I mean?
Right, right. I hear what you're saying. Like many of the things that I teach are in line with what some of those Israelite camps teach. Because
Mhm.
my background, I came out of the Christian church. I've been going to church since I was little. And
Mhm.
then, I started looking into the Hebrew Israelite doctrine back in, I want to say, like 2016.
Mhm.
So, I'm familiar with a lot of the stuff they teach. I teach some of the same things, but I certainly acknowledge that, certain of these camps do go off with certain of the, things that they teach. But I do, what I do claim is that, they are more correct about the interpretation of the Bible than the Catholic Church or, the Christian church on the street corner. These Israelite groups, hell, they can quote verse after verse after verse off of the top of the dome. But these
Mhm.
Christian churches, most of the people there only know John 3:16 and Galatians 3:28. That's really all they know. The average person that goes to church out here, So
Right.
again, I do give them credit, because they, even though they might go off on some things, they certainly are on a higher level than the average church out here in the United States.
Well, let me ask you a question then, since you know about the Bible, because I'm not really, I'm not. I like history and I like books and I like, and so to some degree, I like the Bible because it's somewhat of a reflection of history. In some ways, it's a real reflection, and then people can go into the parts they doubt are real or whatever, But to me, the story somehow is somewhat of a reflection. Something in it is true. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. But but tell me this in relationship to the Hebrew Israelites. It's a guy by the name of Zion Lex. I don't know if you heard of him, right?
I've heard of them, but I wouldn't say that I'm familiar with them. But I've heard the name,
Okay.
yes.
He's on record preaching or not preaching, but debating, dialoguing with another guy named who's in prison now by the name of Brother Polite. You ever heard of him?
Oh yeah, I know about Polite. I know about that dude. Yeah.
Yeah, Polite, right? Now they're in a dialogue where I don't polite assaulted a young girl, right?
Right.
14
Right.
sexually assaulted. He's in prison now for
Right.
7 years, and then he got some extra work to do to get out, whatever that case is, right? But a lot of people heard about it, and well, he's in a room on a tape debating or conversating with Zion Lex on an aspect of the Bible, a specific chapter where they're talking about Dinah. Do you know that chapter?
I mean, off the top of the head, I probably wouldn't know the chapter that they
Okay,
were
hold
talking
on.
about.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. I'm a find out where it is on the line. I forget the damn. Excuse me.
But
Here it
yeah,
is right there.
polite.
The young woman is Dinah. Genesis 34, 1. Uh, Genesis 34. What is it? 1 to 31. You know that?
As I said, I wouldn't know that verse on that story off the top of the head. So I
Okay.
couldn't really
Okay.
answer that.
Okay. Let me put it in the chat. I don't know if this is the best representation of this story, but I'll put it out there just for folks, and if you want, you can take a look at it later. Now, there's a they're debating something, and and it's about the question is, Dinah, was this rape in the Bible, right? And was it legal, even though they call it, they use the phrase took her or something like that. Some of these one West groups, they don't like to use the word rape, or when you ask them what's the word for that, they say, oh, that word means to take. you know they don't necessarily
Right.
reference like how we view rape, right? They kind of reference
Right.
it differently. So they're communicating about this, and John Lex says that his interpretation of it is that Dina wanted it, so she's consensual. But if you don't know anything about the story, then if I play some of it, will it refresh your memory?
Well, again, I'm familiar with the story. I just said I didn't know the chapter and verse off the top of the head. What was what
Okay.
I said?
Oh, right. Okay. So it says here, let me just flip this around because then I have it up, but so I may as well just put it on the screen, right? It's easier. Then I don't know how big your screen is, if you could see it, but it says here, okay, all of our patriarchs in the Torah, Abraham, Esau, and Jacob, we read the story of only one daughter born to them. The young woman is Dinah, the daughter of the patriarch Jacob, the sister of Jacob's 12 sons, the ancestor of the tribe of Israel. And poor Dinah, not only is her story a sad one, but it is X rated, so rabbis hesitate to give sermons about it. But actually, let me go down. Where's the exact verse, man? I want to read what he read out of it. And it doesn't seem to be here, but essentially, she got taken, and there was some money to be paid. Because of that, she wasn't married. There was some family strife about that,
Well, we do see something in the Bible that speaks about this. Have you ever read Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter? Are you familiar with that one?
Probably, but not
Yeah,
offhand.
in Deuteronomy, just for the audience, I'll quote it. In Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, if you start at, chapter 22, if you start at verse 25 and read on to 28, it gives us three separate accounts on, if a man forcibly takes a woman against her will. If the woman is married, then that man would be put to death. If she was engaged to another man, that man would be put to death. But if she was not engaged to a man and not married, that man would have to pay her father and then take that woman as his wife, and he couldn't put her away. That's in Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter, verse 25 to 28. You can look into that in your free time, but I believe that correlates back to this story here.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Now, this I don't know how well you know this story. It's let me refresh your memory, and this might do it. Okay, it says Dinah is the first mentioned in Genesis 30, 21 as the daughter of Leah and Jacob, born to Leah after she bore 6 sons to Jacob. Okay, and then Dinah went out to visit the woman of Shechem, where her people had made camp and where her father Jacob had purchased the land where he had pitched his tent. Shechem, the son of Hamor, the prince of the land, then took her and raped her. But how is this text to be exactly translated and understood is a subject for scholarly controversy. Well, here's the thing. They're debating this, right? They're having this conversation. Shechem asked his father to obtain Dinah for him to be his wife. Hamor came to Jacob and asked for Dinah for his son. Make marriage with us, give your daughter to us, and take our daughter for yourself. You shall dwell with us, and the land shall be open to you. Shechem offered Jacob and his sons any bride price they named, but the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and his father Hamor deceitfully, because he had defied their sister Dinah, and they would accept the offer if the men of the city agreed, on and on and on and on and on. But essentially, Zion Lex makes the claim that Dinah wanted it. So therefore, it was consensual. So the conversation was about consent, right? And he's making that claim. But they're making that claim, ironically enough, in front of the mother of the would-be victim of polite.
Right. I
What do
hear
you
what
think
you're
about
saying. Yes, what I think about that. I think certainly in the story, it doesn't seem like that she was with it. So I think they're adding that into the story.
Into the story? And
Right.
yeah, because it was ironic. We went over that part numerous times, and there was no place where we could find it where it sounded like she was with it. It sounded like this is just the rules and how the shit was back then, and you had to roll with the rules. That was the law. Like it or leave it.
Something interesting to mention on this topic. If you go on Wikipedia, look up
Mhm.
something called bride kidnapping, and this is actually a practice that was back in time, and even in the modern world today. There are certain developing countries around the world that still practice something called bride kidnapping, and what that means is a man could take a woman against her will and force her to be his wife. This happens even in the world in certain countries, even in the modern day today. A lot of people don't know about that, but again, on Wikipedia, you can, read about that. It would tell you some of the history and, about some of the practice regarding that. But it's still, even in 2024, this is still happening even today.
Yeah, here it is. This is wow, it says bride kidnapping, also known as marriage by abduction or marriage by capture, is a
Right.
practice in which a man abducts and rapes the woman he wishes to marry. Bride kidnapping, hence the portmanteau bridge. Bride kidnapping, I'm sorry, portmanteau. Bride kidnapping has been practiced around the world and throughout prehistory and history among peoples as diverse as the Hmong in Southeast Asia, the Tzeltal in Mexico, and the Romani in Europe. Bride kidnapping still occurs in various parts of the world, but is the most common in the Caucasus, Central Asia, and some parts of Africa. I wonder what parts that is. In most nations, bride kidnapping is considered a sex crime because of the implied element of rape, rather than a valid form of marriage. Some types of it may also be seen as falling along the continuum between forced marriage and arranged marriage. The term is sometimes confused with elopements, right, in which a couple runs away uh, together and seeks the consent of the parents later. In some cases, the woman cooperates with or accedes uh, to the kidnapping, typically in an effort to save face for herself or her parents. In many jurisdictions, this used to be encouraged. So by so-called marry your rapist law. Jesus, what? Damn. Even in the countries where the practice is against the law, if judicial enforcement is weak, customary law, traditional practices may prevail. Marry your rapist law is the rule of rape law in the jurisdiction under which a man who commits rape, sexual assault, statutory rape, abduction, or other similar acts is exonerated if he marries the female victim, or in some jurisdictions, at least offers to marry her. Yo, where is this going on? Where do you think this is going on at right
Well,
now?
I believe it mentioned like maybe 3 countries where this happens, but even if you go on YouTube, there's
Don't call
actually some videos on there. Like, say, for instance, maybe from the last 10 years or last 15 years. I believe I saw one from Kenya. Again, if you just look up on YouTube bride kidnapping in real life, you'll see like probably 20 videos of real life instances where this happens, in certain developing countries around the world. But it's been a while since I've seen them, so I couldn't, name the video off the top of the head. But
that's a
there are videos on YouTube that they actually document this in real time, happening. So, the reason I brought this up is, this is a real thing, that actually happens today, and even further back in time, like in the Bible times, this commonly happened back then because, back in those times, women, they were viewed as property. They weren't given all these rights that they have, like in America and, these nations around the world today. That women's rights was not existent, 600 years ago and 1,000 years ago. That's not what was going on. Women, they had to be under the authority of their father, and then they went under the authority of their husband. That's how it was always been that way from the beginning up until relatively modern times. But most people just, don't really look into that.
Yeah, we don't realize it is exists right now as we speak, but we're in a developed country, so
Right.
it's outlawed essentially.
Right.
But in the outback, in the wild, is still running free. And this is interesting, though, man. I appreciate that information because it's interesting how you correlated that conversation about
Well. To be honest, this is not the first time I've studied the subject. I've actually, like, say for instance, there's a group called GMS. I mentioned them earlier, and they actually teach that this is in the Bible, right? So I've looked into what they teach on it, and I came to an agreement with what they said. So I've certainly looked into the topic years ago, so I know the information about the topic if it ever comes up in conversation. So I figured, I'll share the information with you because you might not be familiar with that, but now you
Right.
can, look into that to add to your, your list of information that you know.
Information, catalog, true, definitely, and it is definitely a good one. I appreciate that. Let me ask you
Yep.
another question. You in a hurry or what?
I got maybe 20 minutes. I can stay. I got another 20 minutes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Now, what are your observations about GMS? Like when you've heard this tape where they're out there claiming that they're going to, take them young. Have you heard that?
Yes, that was actually, ironically enough, the video when they said that they were having a conversation out with Brother Polite back in, I believe it was like 2013 or 2012, something like that.
Right, 10 years ago.
And they said that. Well, here's what I'll say on it. It is true that when you read the Bible, marriageable age was relatively young compared to what it is today. That is true. We do see instances in the Bible where what people in the modern day time would consider child marriage, the Bible does accept that. But again, they don't teach anybody to go and do that right now today. But it is true that that did happen in God's laws in the Bible, and ancient Israelites did live by those practices. In Hebrew culture, back when Jesus Christ was walking the earth, it was very common for girls to be married off between 12 to 15 years of age. That was just a culture, of those times. So again, a lot of people don't like to hear that, but that's just what happened back in those days. So anybody who claims that they teach the Bible 100% what the book says, I mean, you can't take that away from it. You can't pretend that people will wait until they're 20 years old to get married in the Bible days, because that's not in there. Now, sure, you might have had a couple people that waited to that time, sure, but a lot of people
You
were
only live
marrying
to your
early.
50. Yeah, your life expectancy rate is not that great either.
Right. That's a fair point. Yes.
I mean, from what I heard, let me check that out. But go ahead. Sorry, you were saying something. Go ahead.
Right. So I just responded to that and said yes, I do agree that they're right saying that the Bible does teach that you can marry them young. That is true, but they don't teach to go out and do that. Right now today they don't teach that. But I understand what they're saying based on the history.
Oh, you know what? That was incorrect. Apparently, that life expectancy thing is a misnomer, man. I'm sorry about that. Yeah,
Oh,
sometimes
that's cool. Some websites, like say for instance, right? Some websites will say that if they were lucky, they would live till they're like 30 years old in like the Middle Ages. So again, other websites will tell you other information. So I guess you just have to, look at multiple different sources of information and come to your own conclusion from it.
yeah, and it could be different areas people are living differently,
Right.
but actually, that's not so off, man. Now that I pulled this up, it says no, that was right. What I said was on point, but apparently it's not. I guess people shouldn't generalize because there's some people that live longer, closer to 70. But
Right.
or 60 in some places. But damn, this is interesting. It is clear. Back then, it's 22, 33. You know, yeah. Classic Greece up to 30 years old. So, people had less time on Earth, basically. The Middle Ages, 35, you know. But I guess again, they're talking specifically in Europe, it's 35. So It could be, the dates don't add up in
And
some
I,
other.
I think they're taking like rough estimates with that. So they could be off by 10 years. They could be off by 5 years, So
Right.
they're just taking like rough estimates is
Right.
basically what they're doing with that.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, that's interesting. But do you think so? In other words, I mean, I'm guessing that when you hear people talking about this, if somebody was to say it's okay to do that today, you would totally disagree with that, right?
Well, here's the thing. You could say that it's not a wise thing to do, but I couldn't tell them that they're in sin if they do that because that is in God's law. And the Bible teaches us that sin is breaking God's law. So if somebody did go out and do that, I couldn't, as a man of God, as a man who lives by the book, I couldn't condemn that person for doing that, but I could say it might not be wise to go out and do that today. Say, for instance, 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 12. For all things are lawful, but all things are not expedient. So that's not the expedient thing to do today, but according to the law in the Bible, it is lawful. So again, I can't condemn somebody if they did it because God said they could. But again, I'm not saying to go do that.
Okay, so
Like, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. You agree with me that Leviticus chapter 20 and verse 13 says that if you find, two men together, you're supposed to, stone them for that. You could agree with me. It says that, right? So
Oh,
with that being said, that doesn't mean that we're going to go out, and do that to somebody. Like, say, for instance, I know people like the neighbor next door is a person living that type of lifestyle. I know the Bible says to do that to those people, but I'm not going to go out and do that because I could get in trouble for doing that today. Right. So, by the same line of logic, the other topic falls under this as well. The Bible says what it says, but in certain circumstances, all these things are not expedient to go out and do at this time.
expedient. But what do you mean expedient? Like,
Well, once again, I quoted the verse to you, 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 12. For all things are lawful, but not all things are expedient. Meaning
I
what?
see what you mean. You mean in the Bible, right? As a Christian, right?
Yeah, as a Christian, right? Because we go by the laws in the Bible, right? The laws that God gave down to Moses, right? He never changed. As a matter of fact, the Bible says that God never changed. He was the same yesterday and the same today, the same forever, right? So God's morals and his statutes, those have never changed. It will be the same today all the way through till the end of this world. God will never changed his view on any of his laws.
So, okay. So if you let's say for example, somebody would whatever is said to be permitted in the Bible, if that just happens, if someone actually does that, let's say to a family member of yours, right? A child, don't take it personal. I
Right.
could even say just, I don't mean it you, but I just mean just as an example, if you could draw from that, like, would you, if for somebody, if a man, literally a grown ass man, 40 years old, followed all the rules of the Bible, would you allow him to marry your 13-year-old daughter?
Well, again, I said in the time that we're living in now, that's not a wise, thing to do for many reasons. I
But
just
would you
simply
consider
said
it?
that
Would you consider?
not in the modern world. I wouldn't.
There you go.
But
That's
but
what I
but
wanted
hold but hold but hold on though. Let me finish. But
to
if
know. Okay.
another father did allow his daughter to do that, I couldn't get on him and tell him that he's going against the Bible because now I
Oh
would
no,
be the one going against the Bible.
because it's
But
not
I
against.
said I wouldn't do it.
It's not against the Bible. But
Right.
let me.
It's not against the Bible, but again, living in the times that we're in right now, it might not be a wise idea to go out and do.
Right. Right. So
Like, let me give you another example. Did you
okay.
know that in the United States it's illegal to have multiple wives? That's
Yeah.
called polygamy, right? That's illegal.
Mhm.
But the Bible says you can have multiple wives. Polygamy is lawful in the Bible. So again, if I see a man go out and get like 3 wives, I can't tell him he's living in sin. for doing that, because the Bible says that he can do it. But I could say it might not be a wise idea to go out and do, in the times that we're in. But I could not tell him he's in sin because that's in the Bible.
Right, I get you. I mean, it's logical, it's rational, because the Bible says what it says, and
right,
you can only interpret it so much. Certain aspects of it. So, I mean, you should know what's in it, and you should know whether you plan on practicing that or not. Now, let me ask you this. What if it says, this is a reach now, and you don't have to answer it, but it's just to make sure I understand this, right? What if the Bible says it's okay to, if your kid doesn't follow your rules and your orders, it's okay to kill them? What if the Bible said something like that?
Well, I'll answer that question, but real quick before I do, have you ever read the entire Bible, or how much of it have you read? And this will correlate back to your question.
I've read most of it. Yeah, I've read the whole damn Bible. Not only
Okay,
the Bible,
because the reason
not
I asked you that,
recently,
is because there's actually a law in the Bible that says that if your child disobeys the parents, and after they try to correct them and he won't listen, they're supposed to kill their child. So that law is actually in the Bible. I believe that's Deuteronomy, the 21st chapter, starting at 18 on down.
Deuteronomy. Which chapter? 28?
Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse, I believe it's verse 18 on down.
18. It's okay. Let's see here. Let me look that up. Yeah, this is the rebellious son. Uh-oh. Be careful, fellas. Be careful out there. Yo. Oh my goodness. Let's see here.
Right. So it's going to give us an example of what was happening back there in ancient Israel when these laws were taken seriously by the people.
All right. If someone has a stubborn and rebellious son who does not obey his father and mother and will not listen to them when they discipline him, his father and mother shall take hold of him and bring him to the elders at the gate of his town. They shall say to the elders, "This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and drunkard." Damn. Then all of the men in the town are to stone him to death. You must purge the evil from among you. All Israel will hear of it and be afraid.
Did you know about that in there? Well, what do you think about that?
I don't believe I recall this one. No. But I've read the Bible such a long time ago. I stopped.
Right.
It's very long ago, so I can't even remember how many years ago that was when I even read the whole thing, even attempted to. But I've read it.
I've read it. I've read it a couple of times. When I was 16, I read the whole book, all 80 books. I read it cover to cover. Then I went back when I was 18. And I've read the whole thing cover to cover. And then, of course, I've read the Old Testament a couple times by itself. I read the New Testament a couple times by itself. Read the Apocrypha a couple times by itself. So, as I said, I would consider myself to be, definitely knowledgeable when it comes to this field.
Damn, look at this. Marrying a captive woman. When you go to war against your enemies and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands and you take captives, if you notice among the captives a beautiful woman and are attracted to her, you may take her as your wife. I mean, this is just how things were back then.
Right. And what people don't get is these are the rules, the instructions that God gave down to them of how to operate. So people try to say, well, Moses came up with these, rules and commandments, but they pretend that God wasn't the one who actually gave these commandments down to them to live like this. So again, Christianity, they teach like a watered down version of the Bible. That's a main reason I left the church, is because of what they teach clearly contradicts the Bible. They teach that, for instance, that Jesus Christ is, coming back to hand out lollipops and rainbows. But yet when you read the Bible, there's like 20 places where Christ says that he's coming back to get revenge. So again, what they're saying doesn't correlate back with the Bible.
I hear you. Let me ask you this question. What if you're not a Bible believer? What do you think of that? What's going to happen to those people?
Okay, say that question again. I didn't hear the first two words.
What if you're not a believer, a believer in the Bible? What's going to happen?
Okay, but what if you're not a believer on Christ and a believer in the Bible? Well, what would happen to that
Or
person
let's say
is,
Moses. Let's start there, right? What if you don't believe in Moses? Let's say.
what if you don't believe in Moses? Well, here's the thing. There's some Christians out there that they only believe in the New Testament and they reject the Old Testament. Just like there's also people who believe in Moses and in the Old Testament, but they reject Jesus and the New Testament, right? Both of those groups of people, exist out there.
They call
You,
themselves.
you ever heard of those?
Yeah, you raise a good point. It's wild. But what I meant is like, what if you don't not only Moses, not only Jesus, but the Bible, the basis of the Bible, the whole thing. What if you
Right.
believe in the God of Abraham?
Right. If you don't believe in it, of course you're gonna, die in your sins, and then you're gonna receive a judgment, for that sin that you committed. So if you die as an unbeliever, you're eventually gonna have to reap the consequences of your sins. That's basically what will happen to a non-believer.
Right now, as a Christian, you have to believe that.
Well, again, going by the Bible and the teachings of Christ in the New Testament, I mean, he makes it very clear. I mean, he gives multiple parables where he speaks about there being a future judgment for people that are not living according to how, God intends for us to live. So, I mean, Christ stresses this in multiple areas in his teaching. So, I mean, as a Christian, as a true Christian, I don't see how any of them could pretend that sinners or unbelievers are just going to get off the hook easy without any type of, of punishment for the crimes that they've, committed.
Hmm. Yeah, I get you. But wouldn't you just call that like the laws of good and bad? Like, just the universe, how it works. Like you have to have both components. If you don't have bad, you wouldn't know what good is. Plus and
Well, there's
minus.
another point of
And
contention because
you see what I'm
the
saying?
church teaches well, let me answer that real quick.
Oh,
Here's another point of contention because the Bible teaches, according to Isaiah chapter 45 verse 17, verse 7, it says, I form the light and create darkness, I make peace and I create evil. I the Lord do all these things. So the Bible says God makes evil. But people don't realize that. They think that God just he loves everybody, wouldn't hurt a fly, but yet the same God flooded the entire world, killing everybody except 8 people and a couple of animals. So that's a complete contradiction, what they're claiming, according to what the Bible actually says. So again, that's another misconception that the average people have, is they don't realize that the God that created this world, he's behind both of the sides. He's behind both the good side and behind the evil side, according to his words. Are you familiar with that chapter?
yeah, I am. And but what I'm getting at is like how does that concept not exist before the God of Abraham or before the Bible? I'm getting at.
Like you're saying, a concept of there being like a good and bad rules to follow. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, good, plus and minus, good and bad, odd and even.
Well, I'm
Right.
sure. I'm sure people, like, say for instance, there's
Mhm.
places in the world today where people are not even allowed to read the Bible, so they don't know anything about it. And over there, they still have certain morals that they live by, without going to the Bible and reading any of that at all. So again, I guess we could say that in some way, people had a concept of what they perceived to be good and bad without, reading the Bible. But the
Mhm.
way we know what God considers to be moral and immoral would be by going by his commandments and his statutes that he lays out in the text. So that's how a true believer would figure out what's correct and incorrect.
Oh well, that's interesting, man. I appreciate that. I like your perspective, you know, I'm not obviously. I mean, I hope this didn't bother you, but I'm not a how can I say this? I don't have that traditional belief in the Bible, you could say.
Right.
I guess you could say, yeah. But I do believe that there's some things in there that are real, that are worth understanding. Also, I think there's parts of the Bible that people should take. I don't mean seriously, like let me say people should analyze closely to try to get some meaning from. I believe there's something in there that's important to understand about those times, right? And whether people want to argue or if Jesus existed or all of that, for me, that's something else. That's another conversation. That's about your belief in a certain aspect. But as far as some of the stories, I think there's something that can be drawn from it. But I just don't I believe in examine everything. You know, always look for other sources too of information, right? Um,
Right.
if you want to know about those times, don't only look in one place. Look everywhere there is to find something. Just
Right.
look.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. Matter of fact, one of my things that I say is that, based on my years of having conversations with people that are, atheist or Christian or, somewhere in between, I always say, it seems like atheists have a better understanding of the Bible than a regular Christian does. And why is that? Because they actually take time to read and to study these things, even though they don't believe in it. It helps them understand what it is that the people they're having conversations with believe, so they can properly, understand their standpoint.
Exactly. Yeah, true. Let me ask you something else though. I'm gonna close down soon because I need to take care of a few things myself.
Yeah.
But check this out. I appreciate you hopping up, and I like your perspective, and I hope you come back and discuss
Yeah,
more.
man. I'll definitely stop by again another day when I see you live. I did subscribe.
Yeah, and there's probably some others. There's a lot of Hebrew Israelites that from different groups, different fractions that come through. You know, some I guess you could say synagogue ones and some non-synagogue ones, right? I guess that's what they would call
Right.
it. And
Right.
that come through from time to time and talk. And then there's people that have some people are they might have an affinity towards the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran, but may not see themselves as traditionalists either, but like to discuss it because they see something there worth knowing, right? Or discussing. So I'm sure they're gonna appreciate your perspective, and over here I like to have difference of opinion because for me, difference of opinion creates conversation people can learn from, as long as people do it respectfully, and what I mean by respectfully is conduct it in a way that the persons that are speaking are comfortable speaking. You see,
Right.
yeah. So I just wanted to put that out there to you, and so you're always welcome back, and it's going to be interesting to see what other conversations come out of it. All
Yeah,
right.
that's cool, man. That's definitely cool. As I said, I'll stop back another time if I see you live.
Yeah, no doubt, Nathan. I appreciate it. Yeah, and everybody, I'm gonna close out here on these Bible quotes here. I guess you could say we have some up on the screen. We started off talking about communication. Then we went into more communication with Rue. Then we went into Eligio Bishop, his brother's communications about Eligio and how they grew up. And then we ended off here today with Nathan and some of the Bible, right? And so let me see what's up here on the screen here. Oh, and we went through the Bible, the bride snatching of the old days. We didn't dig into that, but I think that would be an interesting place to pick up at because, as Nathan pointed out, it connects also with the Bible. It's when we talk about rape and these kind of things, it was actually cool to see it in another light outside of the Bible. How just in times this wife snatching was just happening. That's what you in some cultures. That's what you do. You go out and you snatch yourself a wife. As crazy as it may sound, So I'm gonna end on this one, ladies. You know, cover your ears if you have to, or I don't want you to get nightmares. But this is part of the Bible and it's real. Marrying a captive woman. Here's the rules. Okay. When you go to war against your enemies, this is in war. Y'all better hide yourselves. When you go to war against your enemies, and the Lord, the God, delivers them into your hands, and you take captives. If you notice among the captives a beautiful woman and are attracted to her, you may take her as your wife. Okay? Bring her into your home and have her shave her head, trim her nails. I'm sorry. I didn't expect to read that. Shave her head, trim her nails, and put aside the clothes she was wearing when captured. Okay, that means clean her up, basically, right? After she has lived in your house and mourned her father and mother for a full month, then you may go to her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. If you are not pleased with her, let her go wherever she wishes. You must not sell her or treat her as a slave, since you have dishonored her. This is quite something to wrap your brain around, because on one hand you got snatched, but now he's having empathy for the woman he snatched, right? Treat him right. Even though you snatch him, give him a month and treat him right. And if she doesn't like you, let her go, man. That's more than Eligio Bishop did. All right, I'm gonna end on that note. Eligio didn't want to let her go. All right, y'all. All right. I'm gonna end it on that. Be cool, everybody. All right, Nathan. Thanks for hopping up.
All right, cool. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks to what was it? Shaka, man, of course. Wab Funk. Yeah, Wab was in the chat all night. Yo, Wab, you gotta hop up, but rap with Shaka. The Rain. Yes. Oh, that was Rope, actually. How did I forget that? I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. She has some really good insight. And anybody else that's out there listening, I appreciate y'all. Be good and have a good one. I see y'all back tonight. Yo, if you up, I think Shaka's doing another live later on today, so stay tuned. Peace, y'all.
For all the times that I was in the trenches hustling